Hi, Joe and Diane. Happy New Year to both of you.
Thank you. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Thank you, Diane. Nice to hear your voice.
You're right.
And here's Stephen. We got the whole family. All right. Hi.
Hey, Happy New Year, everyone.
Thanks. Same to you. It's quite all right. Oh, yeah. The new Let's Start Late tradition. I like that one.
I do.
So I think, should we get it rolling? There it is. Hi, everyone in the room and on Zoom. Welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Happy New Year, everyone. Let's see. First of all, I'm going to do a roll call because we have two members that are on Zoom. I'm going to do a roll call vote of everyone who is here. The two members that are on Zoom are Diane Coombs and Joe Paul, as you'll discover. Let's do a roll call. So if you could just say aye when your name is called, thank you. Stephen Welch.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby Camp.
Aye.
Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you. Val Oliver.
Aye.
Carrie Thornwell.
Aye.
Connie Patton.
Aye.
And last but not least, Joe Paul.
Hi.
Oh, and thank you, Joe, and Ray Paul for the record. Thank you. For those few of you in the room, two things. One, no cell phones, and two, if you're going to record our meeting, let us know in advance. For those of you on Zoom, just be really careful not to screen share, and always try and mute your device when you are not speaking. Thank you, everyone. Let's see. Because we have the regular board here, let's do the regular board on the confirmation of today's agenda, which, by the way, any changes to the agenda that I should be made aware of? No, we're good? Okay, so let's have a vote to approve today's agenda.
So moved.
Oh, that came from Diane. So on Diane's motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right, we have an approved agenda. We have a first sort of a housekeeping item that we want to discuss for a moment. And that is the idea of appointing a plus staff member to take care of enforcement. Who would like to, I kind of forget who requested to put that on the agenda, but who would like to start the?
Mr. Chairman, that was suggested by Leslie.
Okay, oh, that's right. Yes, thank
Correct.
you, Esme.
I guess, like you said, this is a little bit of housekeeping. In the past, to my knowledge, the HCC's always appointed someone to do enforcement. I believe prior to myself being in this position, it was Kathy Flynn, and then prior to that was John Hedden. So again, just more of housekeeping, for you guys to assign someone for enforcement.
Just, I don't want to get too deep into the woods on this one, but Nikki is actually doing the drive-bys.
Nikki is doing the inspections.
Correct.
In the past, we had Billy doing inspections.
Right.
And he took over signs and was kind of doing enforcement because it kind of all ties in hand to hand. As of right now, there's a lot of shifting in the office, hence why we would request for the three of us to be designated as enforcers till we figure out who's doing what.
Oh, it's fine with me.
Yeah.
I mean, so you're just looking for our endorsement for the three of you to sort of co-share the work right
Correct.
at the moment. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't know about you guys, but that sounds pretty
Yeah,
straightforward.
I'm good with that.
Mr. Chair, make a motion to appoint plus staff Esmeralda Martinez, Keisha Sheriff, and Holly Backus as the Nantucket Historic District Commission's enforcement officers.
Oh, that sounds good.
I think they need a hat.
Yeah.
Remember
And a
the hats?
badge.
No
I
sirens.
like the little badge.
No sirens.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Stephen. On Stephen's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
I'm in favor. There you go, folks. You have a new power. You can wear a piece. Heat. Okay,
We'll get him
so
a
now
badge.
let's move on to signs, of which we have 4.
The sign council met this morning, Mr. Chairman. Out of the 4 applications, they only recommended for one for an approval, which was 68 Old South Road. The rest were held.
68 Old South Road, if I understand you correctly, would be an approval straight up, no recommendations, just as submitted. So let's vote on that first, folks.
Motion to accept the sign committee's recommendation on 68 Old South Road.
Okay, there it is. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
I'm in favor. And then the other 3 are to be held. Motion on that.
So moved.
And that was for all 3?
Correct.
That's items 2, 3, and 4. On Stephen's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
I'm in favor. All right, there's our signs. Now, I'm sure since the consent agenda is so extensive, thank you to everyone who helped make that possible. I need to recuse because I have one item on, but let's see how it goes. So
I need to
Val's
recuse.
off.
Yeah.
Stephen, if you
I'm
don't,
on.
all right, you're not on?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so Stephen's going to chair that. And it sounds to me like he might have a 5-member board.
Okay, is there anyone else, just for the sake of having asked, who needs to recuse? Okay, so it'll be.
I have a project that's on there, but
Joe, okay. So it'll be myself, Diane, Abby, Connie, and Carrie, you're good? Okay, that's our board. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and me. I'm an aye.
Thank you, Stephen. Now we're on to consent with conditions. I do not need to recuse from this, so I will chair. Val needs to sit off, and Carrie needs to
I had a question on
sit
number 3.
off.
Is that-
Number 3, consent with conditions. All right, so let's just, we'll pull that out of sequence, okay?
Thank you.
Let me establish the board though. So Carrie's off and Val's off. So we just need one replacement. Connie, you want to sit in on?
Sure.
Good. All right. Now let's, can I have a motion to approve everything with the exception of item number 3?
So moved.
All right, Stephen's made that motion. On the motion, Connie?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, Abby's got a question on number 3. And what is your comment, question?
Yeah, so
concern?
it was on my consent list to do, and
Mhm.
the pool was right on the street, so, and I didn't see how it was gonna be screened, so I thought we should all look at it.
Okay, sure. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
All right. And I suppose this will be the regular board reviewing, no, sorry. It'll be the same board that reviewed the rest of the consent with conditions. That would include Connie. All right, so Halyard Street. Here we are. Now, again, I want to be careful with this one, or with anyone that we pull out of the consent or consent with conditions pile. because presumably we don't have anyone to represent this should we have a lot of questions. So if there are questions and or concerns, we should probably hold it for representation. Now, I'm looking at the cul-de-sac that is Halyard Lane, and I'm looking at a pool kind of sitting on the site plan. And indeed, I'm not seeing any kind of vegetation between Halyard and the pool. Correct?
Can we zoom in on the locust, please? The aerial, yeah.
The aerial, right, Stephen?
Yeah.
There are some trees there, but presumably they would go when they put this in. Comments from the board on this, and if I feel like, well, let's see how the comments go, and if they're substantive, I'm gonna hold it, or I'm gonna request to have it held for representation.
I'll just comment on the aerial if I may.
Please do, Stephen. Yes.
I'm seeing vegetation. I'm seeing vegetation across the forward area where the pool is.
Huh.
Once it's up on the screen. And it's, I mean, it's on the side yard, but it's probably his rear. It's on the side only by virtue of the fact that the house is towards the rear of the lot. So this is vegetation. This is vegetation. And this is vegetation.
Let's see.
The rendering doesn't show vegetation. I think
The rendering does not.
that
Correct.
needs, to be addressed in terms of what's being approved includes vegetative screening, but I think the condition was such that that was, our typical not visible time inspection or thereafter.
Yeah, it did have that proviso. Yeah.
So given that, it seems to me to boil down to, is the location appropriate or inappropriate?
Well, I saw it as a straight shot from looking down the driveway and with nothing in between, so it would be a clear shot.
There's a shed there and vegetation and,
Yeah.
it needs to be on the site plan, but,
You mean the vegetation?
well, yeah, but I mean, I'm struggling with the facts here. The condition of approval is not visible at time of inspection or thereafter. So theoretically, we shouldn't have to request anything other than that. And if they don't do it, it doesn't pass, and therefore they can't close it out. But on this one in particular, there's a shed at the end of the driveway, and there is various vegetation. So I'm not really quite sure where to go with it.
Well, I think that you're predisposed, Stephen, to vote in favor of the application because we have the proviso attached, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and we also have evidence from the photos that there are things screening it from the road.
And I would have no qualms about adding conditions that require the vegetation to be shown on the plan and reviewed by staff prior to.
Okay. All right, I'd like to hear from the rest of the board members on this.
I'd like a little more information, just to know what that screening is, so.
Okay. Connie, anything?
No, nothing else to add.
How about you, Diane?
I just wanted to see if they enclose some measurements of how close the pool is to the rear line. Something so we have some numbers to use.
Can we go to the site plan, please?
I don't see it on the site plan, otherwise I would have.
Numbers? I don't think there are.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there, Diane. Just thought,
There is.
Oh, yeah, there are.
oh, there's one, 25 feet.
I got the
Oh,
shed,
15 feet, I stand corrected.
15, yeah, there it is. And don't we need to know what the vegetation is that is going in?
Can you zoom out now? Can you zoom out?
Well, not necessarily. So Stephen's point, the Stephen's point is that if we put our little caveat on there that says not visible at the town of inspection and thereafter, that covers us. I think he is also amenable to the idea that there would be some kind of a landscape drawing that shows supplemental vegetation. Yeah, right.
No, when I previewed this, I saw that. I
So,
didn't, by the way,
Mr.
put this on
Chairman?
consent.
If I may,
yeah,
through you, this is a Google Earth image,
yes.
which is as accurate as it can get, and obviously there is lots
Yeah,
of
yeah,
vegetation.
no, I'm good. So,
You can't even see the darn shed.
No,
yeah, it's heavily vegetated, and of course, that's the way it is right now, and who knows, some guy could come in and chop it all down, but we do have that proviso. What would you guys like to do with this one? Yeah, I'm comfortable with a through staff, even if we wanted to show the existing vegetation or label it as evergreen vegetation or whatever.
So I'd motion to approve through staff, subject to adding a condition, which is that screening plant materials will be reflected and named on the plan.
Through staff.
Yeah, and of course, I just want to be clear, the first condition remains, pool not to be visible at time of inspection and perpetuity, and pool to have no grade change from existing or as noted on the original application.
All right, that sounds like a good motion. Let's see how that one goes. So Diane, on that motion.
yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Aye.
All right, Abby?
I'm an A.
Okay, Abby's a nay. Stephen?
I'm an aye.
Okay, and Stephen's an aye, and I'm an aye. So that would mean 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, that concludes the consent and consent with conditions portion of our festivities tonight. So now we're going to move on to old business of 12:05, one item remaining. Stephen is chairing. To you, Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see, is Lindsay here?
I'm here.
Thank you. Excellent, Lindsay. When you see your site plan, why don't you tell us what you got going on?
Okay.
Refresh our memories. It's been a little while.
Mm,
Yeah, so this is the one where the pool's been approved. The shed was originally tracking, but then it fell off and stopped tracking with the revisions from the pool. So it was just kind of coming back to you guys with the shed. We went back with the shed, but then the shed was in the original location. So now this is the one showing the shed that we're proposing in the location where the pool got approved and the shed was supposed to be.
Okay, Lindsay, your board is myself, Abby, Diane, Val, and Connie. Do any of the sitting members have any questions for the applicant's agent?
I just have one,
Go ahead, Val.
because I don't remember. What is the pool equipment screened with, Lindsay?
It's a board fence. It's like a
Okay.
seating board fence.
Thank you.
Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no concerns with the architecture.
Is Rob with us?
He is not, and he didn't provide any.
Okay. Happy New Year, Rob. Okay, so in the spirit of the new year and what do you call those things? New Year's resolutions, I'd like to ask that the members keep their comments to whether something is inappropriate as a concern, and if it is, state it. Thank you. Who'd like to begin?
I'll go. I think it's appropriate.
Thank you, Val. Abby?
I just got it up. Could you go to somebody else?
Okay.
I'll be right-
Diane?
I believe the pool is appropriate.
Okay, we happen to be working on the shed on this particular one.
Well, I approved the shed at the other end of the pool.
Okay. Thank you so much. Connie?
No concerns.
Okay, back to you, Abby.
Yeah, I still think it's
Inappropriate?
Yes.
Okay, so is there a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On your motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
Stephen, thank you. Now we're to the new business of 1212. First item of which is 82 Pulpus Road. Ethan, there he is. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Regular board on this one, folks. Okay? 82 Pulpus. Okay, Ethan.
Okay, so this is an application to add muttons to the replacement sliders that are going in, and then revise the railing system on the deck to match the main house. A couple months ago, we got the windows approved to match the main house, and then we realized that we didn't put any muttons in the sliders, so they were just single light doors. So this is to address that, to get the muttons to align with the windows. And subsequently, they're also going to be reframing all the decks. So we thought it'd be an opportunity to make sure that all the railing systems match the house that is tied to the other set of decks to the west.
Which it looks like they're cable rails, or is that?
It's actually, it'd be metal horizontal bars. I don't know if we specified actually a color on there, so that might have been part of the confusion. The trim is natural to weather. The windows are black. So we were thinking a Terratone would be appropriate for the color of the metal rails.
And you said they're on the main house, right?
Correct. Yeah, they're already approved on which we included that approval at the back of the packet, just for your own reference.
And is it built, or is this just?
The porch is currently there. So what's there in the photos, it exists. It kind of had a sloped shingle rail previously.
Sorry, I guess what I meant was, do the horizontal bar rails already exist, like built?
They do not.
Okay, got it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Ethan, what were they approved as on the main house?
As shown. I don't know that we actually specified a material,
Okay.
quite frankly, but they were drawn the
Okay.
same way. Yeah, you can
I
see
have
it
no
there.
concerns, Mr. Chair. Val, through you.
Okay, Val, thank you very much. Who's next?
I could go next.
Okay, go
Abby,
ahead.
so because it's facing back into the interior and I don't see any signs of anything else, I think the rails are fine. Thank you.
And I'm sure you think the muttons are fine as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yes.
addition of them. Okay. Stephen?
Yeah, given limited visibility or no visibility, okay.
Diane, are you on board with that?
Yeah, I don't like those fences, but they're approvable, so I would go along with them.
Okay, I think we're gonna have an emotion to approve this then.
I make a
Some-
motion.
Okay, Diane has just made a motion to approve. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Very good.
Thank you.
Next up, thank you, 11 Starbucks Shed. Anybody to,
He is on the speed note.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure he was gonna be able to zoom on, so do you see him?
has anyone reviewed this? I think we're going to encounter this tonight. There was a lot of sort of pre-review of this stuff, but I'm not sure that a lot of it, because of the timing, it just didn't get, oh, never mind. I see what's going on. So should we just hold this for rep?
Through you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, I was the person who requested, I believe, the pictures they were missing from the application.
Ah,
It's a very basic shed, and I would have no concerns. He provided the photos, but that's up to you guys if you didn't have a chance to review.
Okay, so these photographs that we see here were not part of the original piece, and now they are.
The year of living dangerously, why don't we pull it up?
Yeah, let's go. If we run into some kind of obstacles, we'll hold it.
Oh, I see.
Again, regular board, for the record. Thank you. Is anybody ready to opine? We've heard from Val.
I could say something.
Go ahead.
I think if they, it looks like they're making a little room by taking down some pines. I think if they put some screening back up and just sort of obscured it, because there's not going to be anything on this elevation, I think it would make it a little more, appropriate.
All right, so you'd just like to see some screening between the shed and
The road.
Starbuck?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Diane, so you feel the same way, is that correct?
Yes, I agree with that.
All right, Stephen, anything?
Yeah, can we see the site plan? Yeah, I'm fine with it there. The screening is, I'm not adverse to the screening, but I'm fine with that location. There's one on Long Pond that's exactly
Yeah.
like that.
Okay. Just so that we have, maintain harmony within the board, why don't we have a motion that would include some screening between the road and the shed?
That would be my motion.
Very good. All right, Abby's just made the motion to approve this with the addition of some screening shown on the site plan between Starbuck and the shed through staff. On Abby's motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That's it. Okay, and then you can all see that this 31 Squam, which is our project, is being held for the next meeting, which brings us to December 19th, old business. First item of which, 126R Main Street, relocate garage and reno. The board, myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, and Val. Okay? Everybody ready? Linda, I presume you're representing this? Okay.
Ray, I'm sorry, who's on it?
Myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Val.
Oh, the regular board. Okay.
Yes, that would be the
shed.
regular board.
Okay, we took your comments to heart. We reapply, well, we're back again under old business, but we really want to move it to 5 feet, but we've moved it to 3 feet so we can at least get around the side of the building. We have moved it back still. We have taken some of the objectionable issues off. I was up there yesterday. It's so close to the other building now because the other building's back down on its foundation. If it moves a little bit further back, it gives also a little bit more daylight between it and the building, so you can see that it isn't actually an ancillary structure. Right now, you don't know what it is. We put the door, we changed the doors. We changed the dormer in the back to get some headroom. And I'd like to know what you have to say about it. You can't see the east side from Main Street or Vestal. You can't see the west side from Vestal or Main Street because the other building blocks it on our side. And really, the back side is minimal because there's structures along Vestal. So we're really talking about the garage doors, and you couldn't see anything up until we removed the ivy, which had really impacted the building very negatively as far as structural concerns. Obviously, the pictures are in there of the roof, which is disintegrated, and the back wall, which has disintegrated, and the east wall didn't do much better, but it's a little bit better. So I will turn it over to Uriah, and he can tell you what he did.
Okay.
They did accept, just what Linda said, remove or actually drop the dormer, the back dormer, to be just about the French door, and change the side window. There's like a fold-up window to be, will we go 8/8 lights? So it's divided, so it's matching more the front house. Oh. Or 12/12, yeah, because it's a wide window.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to comment for the board that both on our pads, our tablets, and on the version that went up on the screen, the line quality of this is like abysmal. It's hard to tell. A third of the lines just have simply dropped out. You can't tell how many buttons are in the windows,
Is that
et
the
cetera.
reduced, is that the reduced copy or the full size? Because maybe it's the,
Hey, we got what we got, you know, and it's, I'm just saying, it's very, very illegible.
It happens when you scan sometimes, it just depends on the quality.
But it's ridiculous.
the full.
Well, okay.
Can I see the small one?
Yeah. So Diane, who is on Zoom, is going to be unable to look at the paper copy, obviously.
You can't read that either.
Beyond that, do you have a paper copy there?
Yeah, but it's still.
The same, okay. Oh, boy. All right,
Maybe
well,
the big
just
one.
in the interest of moving things along, this is something that seriously has to be reconciled, given the nature of this project. But I do want to just sort of move it forward. Holly, I want to hear from you on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a contributing circa 1915 garage with a HDC survey on file. At the last meeting, the board requested for an inventory of the structure's elements to be retained and to seek clarification on the necessity of moving the structure 3 feet instead of 5. Appreciate the photos on plans. However, larger and clearer plans would be appropriate and appreciative in order to discern what's being retained versus not. Appreciate the batten garage doors, as the board noted. I don't see anything to address the lingering question of moving the garage 3 feet instead of 5. Again, the proposed fenestration needs help. All fenestration should be TDL in the OHD. And for the record, we did receive, and it was forwarded on to the commissioners, a butters letter from the neighbors at 11 Vestal Street, which is in the record. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair, as well as we have a hand up in the Zoom.
And also,
And
do we have
Mickey.
Mickey?
Yes.
Okay. Mickey, are you in the queue there?
I'm here, yes, that's great.
My
Okay.
objection on the
Linda has
record.
filed her objection. So Mickey, go ahead.
Yeah, we're generally fine with it. That one window on the west elevation is pretty unusual. It's a 12/12 configured in an odd way, and it's a fold up. Not even sure what that is. But other than that, we're generally okay with it. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mickey. Now, for the person who has their hand raised, if you could unmute, identify yourself for the record, and then we can hear your comments.
Hi there, this is Kevin Toth from 128 Main Street. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Excellent. Can I start? All set?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Well, good evening, everyone. Thanks, as always, for your time. My name is Kevin Toth. My family's address is 128 Main Street. To begin, as always, I would like to, we would like to express our gratitude to the HDC for working to preserve the legacy of historic Nantucket. So as Chairman Pohl just noted in reviewing the latest submission, the lines are abysmal and completely illegible, which is really unhelpful and unproductive for everyone. From our review, it looks like it is still being, put over 5 feet, despite the applicant's claim that it's being moved 3 feet. So as noted by Ms. Backus, as well as Mary Bergman in her letter read at the November 14th meeting, the application to demolish the garage at 126R Main Street was denied in January 2023. Importantly, the applicant has still not answered the question raised at that meeting, which is whether any efforts were made to restore the garage or otherwise stabilize the building in the intervening 12 months, now that it is January, a full year later. and approval of the plans to move and redesign, effectively demolishing the structure, would send a message to future applicants that the HDC will reverse their decisions should an applicant wait long enough and not take the steps to maintain a historic contributing structure. Tellingly, the applicant's representative noted at the November 14th meeting that the purpose of moving the structure 5 feet is to get it out of the setback. That's not an appropriate reason to move a contributing structure from its historic place. This charming salt block structure should be left in its current place and not moved solely for the purpose of getting it out of the setback, therefore, maximizing the ability to exploit the self-imposed subdivision of this classic historic property facing Main Street. Accordingly, as Commissioner Camp noted in her comments at the November 14th meeting, the structure should remain in its current location, as it makes sense when viewed up the driveway from Main Street, evoking a historical context. Further, as Vice Chair Welch emphasized at the November 14th meeting, it is important to preserve the historic character of the structure without jeopardizing it by moving it, and he noted that a smaller move around 3 feet should be considered. The applicant's latest proposal, however, still reflects a move of over 5 feet, which is of course just enough to get the structure out of the setback, so as to allow for an unhindered enlargement of and alterations to this classic salt box structure. For anyone walking or driving along Main Street, you can very visibly see what has been happening to this property in the heart of our old historic district, and enough is enough. We look to the HDC to preserve the streetscape by keeping this historic structure in its current location, and we ask the HDC to exercise its authority to order the maintenance and repair of historic contributing buildings. Please deny this application and make it clear that applicants cannot exploit the HDC process by using their own neglect as an excuse for moving and jeopardizing a historic contributing structure. We hope that the HDC will send a message that it will not effectively reverse its decisions should an applicant wait long enough or use different words to describe the exact same result. This is a demolition in disguise. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time and at all these meetings. We sincerely appreciate it.
Kevin, thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? I thought so. Sarah Alger, just back from what John McLaughlin used to refer to as America.
That's right, back from America,
Yeah.
along with you. I'm not going to take up a lot of your time. I agree with everything Mr. Toth said. I don't see how you could approve these plans. They're completely illegible. We couldn't really even figure out what was going on. And I don't think it's fair to Mrs. Coombs, who can't even see the paper copies. But you shouldn't approve this for all the reasons that Mr. Toth just set forth. So thank you.
Sarah, thank you. Anyone else on Zoom want to speak on this, or are we to the board now?
Just a quick
Board?
question.
What?
In the past, you guys looked at the paper copies to eliminate any problem, and we submit the paper copies
hang on.
for you to look at.
All right.
If there's an issue with the scan, because the scan's so light sometimes, that's not our problem. That's not
Oh,
our
no,
fault.
no, it's most definitely your problem.
It's not our fault. We don't know that happens
Okay,
until they
let's-
show up.
Hey,
Let's not argue
You have
with
paper copies.
stop,
Point of
Linda.
order.
Yeah.
Let's
Chairman.
Linda, please, let's not start the year out this way.
Yeah.
Well, we have paper copies.
Please, let us please proceed.
So drive one over to Diane's house.
Yeah,
Were you
no,
about to say something? Stephen?
Yeah,
Okay, so Stephen, I am,
I mean, I don't have to go first, but
I would
since I'm a
like to
little
hear
riled up.
from Stephen on this.
So first of all, paper is so pre-COVID. So let's not go there in the new year. You're right. Please. Let's listen to what the commissioners have to say, please. You all can chat amongst yourself when you're done.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay? You're here to hear us, right? I don't want to, I want to just, if you want to email it, go ahead while we're talking, please. I take exception to the comment that drawings submitted without lines are not the applicant's responsibility.
I second that.
Number one, you print, you save the file as a PDF. It can be a 24 by 36 drawing. The lines don't change when it gets printed at 8.5 by 11. You can print it as a PDF. The lines don't change. You want to mess about with scanning and doing things like that, you're going to run into problems. That's on you. I'm not specifically being pointed to you and I don't mean to be pointed, but I do mean to make a point, because we are not going into the new year with this kind of crap. I think I can say that on TV. If not, kids, hold your ears.
You can.
Going on. It's insane. It's 2024, folks. Let's get with the technology. Okay. Linda,
Linda, no.
I'm going to
Linda,
vote no
stop.
on this
Quiet.
as a matter of principle if you continue. I'm a no on this.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
So
Okay, Diane, go ahead.
I will go along with Sarah and with Mr. Toast. It is appalling what has been presented to us, and you can't understand it. You got one, it looks like it has a 1x3. It's ridiculous to send this in. And I am absolutely not agreeing with it. I am agreeing with Sarah and with Mr. Toast.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Let's see, who else do we have on here? Regular board. So, Abby, you ready?
Sure, I just have a couple of questions. Are you adding a new foundation? When you pick it up, are you putting it down on a new foundation?
Yeah.
Well, that isn't shown on the,
Just a slab.
right, but I'd just like to know that, like, if you're doing it like a rubble, what is the material?
Now, it's just a slab now.
My other question is, the previous speaker said it was a demo. It's not a demo. You're just, you're keeping the same structure and you're moving it 3 feet off the property line, which is pretty minimal. I mean, I'm just worried about the foundation, because if you are moving it 3 feet, I understand why you would be putting a new foundation down, but I think maybe we need that information. I also think that window on the west side is a little bit off. That could be another B window like you have in the front. But what I do like about it is that when you look up the drive now, you are going to see the garage doors, which I think as designed now, that just the simple storm doors are good. So that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Abby, thank you very much. Now it is to you, Val Oliver.
I think I'm okay with this. What we see from the street is appropriate. And hopefully in the future, we'll get better copies.
Okay, Val, thank you. I appreciate the fact that it's only moving 3 feet. I do understand, yes, of course, new foundation of necessity. When you move a building like this, it has to go in something new. I think that the window on the side that Mickey pointed out is definitely not a typical Nantucket window. I'm not sure that it's going to be highly visible. There are a few people that might disagree with me on that. But first and foremost, and at the top of my list, is the quality of the drawings. I have the benefit sitting here in the room of seeing a full-size hard copy. Diane does not share that ability. And I think that I would not be in favor of a motion to approve simply because I want all the board members to be able to have access to the same information, regardless of whether they're on Zoom or not. So at a minimum, I would like to see a set of drawings that are digitized in a way that they're completely 100% legible to everyone. So with that, is there a
Chair.
motion that we can form? Yes.
I'd just like to make an additional
please.
comment. I think, one of the reasons I'm a no on this is, as you just stated, and secondarily, but perhaps more importantly, the insufficiencies of the drawing, I think, distract from other topics. We haven't directly, that I'm aware, discussed the fact that this being proposed to be moved nearly 20 feet away from the street. I think that that's worth having maybe a line of discussion about.
Okay.
So I think we need to have drawings that digitally that we can understand with clear dimensions, and then we can have a final discussion and a vote,
Okay,
as you said.
so.
Mr. Chair.
That's my motion.
The motion is to hold for a better set of drawings, a better digital file. Would that?
Yes.
That sort of encapsulates it in whatever revisions that might accommodate board members who have expressed concerns.
It can be on next Tuesday's meeting.
And it can be on next Tuesday's meeting. There it is. So that's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen. Aye. And I'm in favor. Okay, folks, that's that.
Mr.
On
Chair.
to our next item, which is 12 Gay Street. Ben is in the audience. He's going to come down. And the board here is myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane. So it's a 4-person board.
Mr. Chair,
Who?
hold on.
Holly.
If I may, not on this application,
Yeah.
but as far as the discussion about legible plans,
Yes.
it is not, in my opinion, appropriate to scan the plans in our office and then say that it's our fault and you can't see it.
Yeah,
It should be
couldn't
done
agree
as
with
I
you
think
more.
Mr. Welch has mentioned in the past, you do it from your computer and you email them directly from your computer.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank
Yes,
you.
and I think we support you 100% on that, Holly. Okay, Ben.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Ben.
Good to see you.
We're ready.
So, you've looked at this application before. Last meeting, the homeowner was here for himself to present. This house is located up on Academy Hill. That's the old silk mill structure that's been a long time converted into residential. The intent of this application is to provide air conditioning to this building, or at least portions of this
Oh,
building.
yeah.
And the original proposal was to have exterior line sets on the building. And of course, then the associated AC condensers. The homeowners worked with the HVAC contractor to have no exterior AC line sets running up the buildings. They're all going to be run internally. So that's been removed from this proposal completely. There are no exterior line sets other than just very short runs from the AC condenser into the building. So hopefully that concern is now completely wiped from this conversation because it doesn't exist anymore. The lingering concern that you guys have is the location of the AC condensers on the corner. We are showing a natural weather board fence to conceal it. We're happy to provide further planting or anything else that you guys would be comfortable with to further screen that AC condenser. But I suspect that that is going to be the elephant in the room for this application.
Ben, thank you. You're actually requesting 2, correct?
Yeah, there
2?
are 2. One is very well screened behind a stoop that you guys felt very comfortable with.
Right.
And then the other one was on the corner, which is
The one in the corner is the one that's going to be more visible. Okay, got it. Thanks,
well,
Ben.
hopefully not if we can screen it properly.
Gotcha. All right. Thanks. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the Atlantic Silk Company, circa 1835 to 1836, an individually significant structure in the OHD, and it was converted to a duplex back in 1844. Appreciate removing the proposed external line sets on the building. That's most appreciated. There should be every attempt to place the AC equipment away from the facade. As again, this is an individually significant structure. That means away from Gay Street and Westminster Street at all possible. The AC equipment should be relocated to the rear of the structure. If it has to be in its current location, I do think there should be a conversation about what that proper enclosure is. The structure is a white structure, and typically you do have natural to weather enclosures for AC units. I do think that would be an eyesore, so that's what I leave you with. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, anything to add on this?
Not a lot, just to reinforce what Holly just said. I think it could probably be moved to the back of the building. Pretty visible there. It's, right on the corner. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Ben, I'm sure that given those concerns probably came as no surprise to you about the location right at the corner.
Yeah.
And I'm going to guess that you were unable to move it.
Yeah, so bringing the line sets in the building requires some demolition that would not wanting to be done. To move that other AC condenser to the one that is more acceptable to you all required quite a bit of line running within the house. That is going to be very detrimental to the interior building. So this is the easiest from the building perspective, and that doesn't negate obviously your concerns from the public concern, but that is why we're still pushing for this location, because
okay,
the proposal we've seen is not.
Thank you, Ben. Excuse me, gosh. All right. 4-person board, myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane. Who would like to begin?
I could go.
Great, Abby, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, hi, Ben. So this is on my route, and I see it a lot. So I think more egregious is that electrical thing. I think that if you screen it with the natural wood, I think the hedge that's there now, if that's kept and sort of doubled up around that corner, we're not going to even see this wood fencing around the electrical equipment. So I appreciate the leader going down that. I mean, I'm assuming it's white and it's good. It's going right down that pilaster on the corner. So I'm talking about the one on Westminster, the Westminster elevation.
There's going to be no exterior line sets.
So
It's
okay.
all interior line sets.
Terrific,
It's just the
terrific.
condenser.
So just a little wish for 2024, maybe that electrical could enter the house somewhere else. It's the most egregious thing on the side of the building. Other than that, okay. So thank you,
Abby. Thank you. Let's see.
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Stephen's next. Go ahead.
The condenser, first of all, I appreciate the changes. Obviously, getting these off the front of a historic structure, the side of a historic structure, the back of a historic structure, it's important. There's a lot of visibility on this structure, and it's all, a handsome architectural historical structure. However, the condenser location on Westminster relative to Gay is not consistent with our guidelines. It should be at least halfway back. So, front face of the condenser in line with the perpendicular drop from the gable there, right? Because the gable runs parallel to Gay Street, perpendicular to Westminster.
Okay, so
You see the gable from Westminster,
yeah,
the
I'm
doghouse?
looking
Yeah.
on the screen there, yeah.
And then just in terms of line sets, these things can run, I think it's, depending on if you're using a branch box or direct, you've got like 300 or 420 feet. So there's a lot of run in terms of the supply line sets for these. I think, to my mind, it would be more appropriate if for some reason internally, the inlet is that front left corner of Gay and Westminster, is that the line set move the condenser and do a faux water table extension and run it towards Gay Street and then in through the sill. And that little piece of white trim is going to go away, whereas this condenser is going to be there on the corner forevermore. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, I just want to digest
Yeah.
what you're suggesting.
All right, I thought I was a slow one. Yeah, I was trying to pick.
So, all right, we're looking at the west elevation.
2024, folks, keep up.
I know. I'm slowing down in 2024. West elevation, right, the gable end. You're suggesting because the water table is painted white, popping out the the line set on that, going horizontally and moving it away from the corner. Is
Yeah.
is that what you're
Yeah.
saying? So moving it more towards the middle of the building.
Yeah. The
Right.
condenser.
The condenser, yeah.
Yep.
And then the line set would be boxed horizontally within the height of the existing water table, just in a small separate 3/4 inch wrap that's painted white to match.
Yep.
And you're never going to notice it. You're certainly not going to notice because you're going to be looking at that electrical conduit and it's going to draw your attention away from it.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the middle ones, right?
Yeah.
Is this sounding plausible? Because I think that's a good solution.
I think it's great. I know the reason it's there on the corner is because one day maybe we have a porch approved for this elevation. And so that corner was a good corner to put that porch.
Yeah.
The porch is not really in the cards at the moment, so if the porch happens and then we gotta move the AC condenser, that's not the end of the world. We're doing a whole bunch of construction
Right,
there.
okay.
So
Well,
I
now-
think that's in a reasonable,
Okay, let's see, there's, Diane, you're on this.
Yeah, I need some advice. When you have the thing going up the wall to above the window on the first floor, why does it always have to go up to higher?
Hey,
than the-
Diane,
Yes,
sorry. Part of Ben's presentation this time
Yeah.
is he and his group were able to get rid of all those exterior pipes coming down. That's
Right.
one of the that's a huge benefit to this revision.
right,
So the only thing that's going to remain is the electrical conduit, which has already been there. So that's kind
Right.
of like water
that's
under
what
the
I
bridge.
was questioning about. Why does it always have to go up? Why can't it stay down below the first floor window? So it doesn't take up all that space between the two windows. I don't know. I don't know the technicality of putting in air conditioning because I don't have it. So it's not something I have consumed. So I was just wondering, if there's an answer to it that you makes it least visible, I would go on with it. AC is not what I know so much about.
I think that, and this is just me talking, I think that Stephen's proposal to get it away from the corner, the condenser unit, and the minimal amount of exterior piping that we're going to see running across horizontally low across the water table is a good trade-off.
Yeah.
So, and it sounds like everyone's kind of on board with that. Holly, safe. Should we move that through staff?
It's Exhibit A.
Okay. We're going to do an Exhibit A, but essentially what Exhibit A is approving this, moving the enclosure for the condenser unit kind of to the middle of the west elevation between the second and third basement sash, and just running a horizontal conduit line on the water table where we'll have white on white.
That
Did I
sounds-
sum that up pretty well, Stephen?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought that was perfect.
Okay. Okay, so that's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. There you go, Ben.
all right, thank you, everybody.
All right, thanks. Good night. Maybe we'll see you later. Okay, now we're on to 30 Russell's Way. Do we have Chip or Chip's proxy?
I am here. Can you hear me okay? Chip Webster.
Yeah. Hi, Chip. How you doing?
Good. Happy New Year, everyone.
Thank you. You too.
And if I can share the screen, I would be happy.
Before we, go ahead. We're always in favor, Chip, as you know, of the applicant doing the screen share. It relieves some of the burden of staff. So.
Thank you.
I'm getting your board here. Myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Val. In other words, all of the regular board. Okay.
Okay. So if I can share the screen, I'll walk there, but it looks like I need permission to share. Great. All right. Whoops. All righty, let's try this again. All right. I apologize for the technical issue. There we go. All right, did this come up okay? You should be seeing the site plan.
Yes.
All
Yes.
right.
We see it.
So I'm going to start with what seemed to be the most resounding request at the last meeting, which was around the topography of the site, request for a GIS map and clear topography and proposed changes, et cetera. So you can see now this is a copy of the GIS map. And then we have additionally a copy of the site plan from a registered surveyor for the project. And those are consistent with each other. And you can see that the site has over from the northeast corner to the southwest corner, a drop of about 4 feet existing from one side to the other. So these are now part of the package. Then we have here the proposed land or topography. So the proposed topography is simply bringing some of those lines around the house site. So it's you can see the 37 line circling around, and then the 36 and 35, the existing ones, just bowing out and then coming back into their existing location on the south side of the house. And then just a way of, that's just to create a flat area on it. And then a 1 foot pitch away from the house so to get positive drainage around the house. So that is the proposed topography. I might point out that this represents a reduction from our original proposal of 1.5 to 2 feet. So we brought it down and are simply trying to bring the topo around the building for drainage. These are photos that you've seen. These are the existing photos and also the same ones with ridgepole. The one of the requests was the concerns was around the size of the chimney. So in our first revision, we had brought down the width by 1 foot, and we're proposing now to bring that down by another 8 inches. It is intentional. We are intending to make it, you know, of a substantial size just for the scale of the house. But another concern was around the detailing on it. So we're offering 2 options here. The first option, which is our preferred option, has the detail in the middle, articulating it being as representing a double flue. And then the second one is without that detail in the middle. So I wanted to point that out. All right. The next major change we made is relative to the secondary mass on the house. There was a request to get more separation and distinction and height between those. So we've lowered that secondary mass. And additionally, we've pushed it back from the main mass to help articulate it as a subordinate mass. Additionally, we've further separated some of the windows on the first floor on this elevation. Moving right along. Okay. This is the rear. Again, it just highlights those same changes, the reduction in height of the secondary mass, reduction in size of the chimney. This is showing one of the 2 options that we presented for the chimney. On the east side, again, that lower secondary mass. There are a couple of minor proposed fenestration changes. One of them is highlighted here on the west side, where you can see it's just changing the size of a proposed window on that first floor. And those are the revisions. So I turn over the board for comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. All right. I think this one's going to go straight to the board. Who if we've all reviewed it, who would like to begin comments?
I'll go.
That was Val,
Yep.
for the record. Val, go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to thank Chip for pushing the building back on the front, which I believe is the north. Yeah. Even though it's a small break of a foot, it really does help that facade hugely. So thank you for that. The overall height of this building is extremely confusing to me. That could just be me. On the application, it says 28.4 on all four sides, and I'm reviewing all the sides with some information now, and there's one almost as high as 29, and I know the lot slopes off, but I'm just a little confused by that. The chimney, I think, still is too big, and I was wondering, it doesn't seem to appear on the inside of the building, so I don't think if you reduce it, it's going to hurt you at all. And lastly, there's been concern consistently about the size of the deck, and that hasn't changed at all. The window changes and those minor other things are great. Thanks.
Thank you, Val. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
I agree with Val.
Okay, Stephen's in accord with Val's comments.
I'll go.
Diane, go ahead.
I'm a very active chimney person, but I think that usually when you see a chimney, I have 8 fireplaces in my house, and I got 6 flues going up, and the chimney isn't that big. I think that you don't need to have 2 full flues. I think it would fit in better if you took it down. I don't know what. I like the thing in the middle. I just would take it down 6 inches perhaps on the side to bring it down. I appreciate the wing that he has done. And pushing it back and removing the mulled windows and separating them. I think that it's probably pretty close to being approved, and I appreciate the changes he's put in. The height of that Abby had or Val had mentioned about the 29 should be looked at, because that's too high out there. I believe that originally the old view was trying to keep it down at least closest to 25. So I'd like to see what you could do to drop it down somewhat. Thank you.
Diane, thank you. Abby, have you gone?
Right.
Yes,
Yeah, Abby, for the record. So my concerns are still the height. I think it should be reduced. Main concerns are the second floor. I think it's the deck's over decked and over fenestrated. And yeah, I do believe that I think you can still have a big chimney, like it would have 4 flues and still be smaller than this. So I'd like to see that reduced. It's a little chunky and formal for like Tom Nevers. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. I agree with the comments that my fellow board members have made on the application, and would like to just add this observation, which is, I believe I asked for the topo, and I appreciate your giving it to me. And the conclusion that I reach when I look at this is you're creating a platform at elevation 38 on natural topography that's reading elevation 36. So that is essentially a 2-foot platform, 2-foot high, 2-foot deep platform that you're creating in terms of fill. So that kind of underscores the concern that I have for the height of the building in what everyone knows is a really, really an area of very low vegetation, scrub oak, really. So we're really more or less at 30 feet if you take into account the 2 feet of fill that you're proposing. So there it is. That's what I have to say. Should we move this?
Mr. Chair.
Hey,
Holly,
Mr. Chair.
hang
sorry.
on with Chip,
After
just
Holly,
one
go
second.
ahead.
I'll take you next. Holly, go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the benefit of Chip as well as the commission, page 170, a building with Nantucket in mind, references chimneys. So I would recommend for Chip to take a look at that.
Did you hear that, Chip?
Yeah, page 179, I believe.
170.
Oh, 17. Oh, okay. Thank you,
There's
Holly.
different editions. It's like the
Yeah.
Bible. You know, there's
Okay.
different ways they translate.
Hey, I have every issue, every revision.
Good for
So,
you.
Mr. Chair,
All
if I
right.
could,
All
I
right.
think I was pretty clear on all of that. The one thing that we looked into was how to change the information that is on the application itself, the front page. And we are under the understanding that we can't change that, and that as a project changes things like height and other things, that it's the drawings that preside over that. And if there is a way of changing it, we're not aware of it and would love to know that.
Well, you're pointing out sort of an interesting issue that sometimes, even if we were able to change it or you were able to change it, sometimes it slips through the cracks and we get revisions in terms of reduction of the ridge height on the plans and or on the elevations really. And then on the application, it'll still say ridge height 30 feet or whatever. But thank you for pointing that out. Stephen, I believe you may have had a comment.
Couple ones. Chip, to that point, it's like the building code. In the instance of an inconsistency, the more restrictive controls. The other thing is, I agree with your comments, Mr. Chair, about the height. I think that needs to be rectified. I do not believe the grade should be raised at all, which is to say it should come down 2 feet. And do you think we're at a point where we can do this directly, or should we hold for revisions?
I would like to hold for revisions.
I think there's enough.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna.
So the
if I may,
motion
Mr.
is,
Chair, I was going to offer that we could reduce the chimney as requested by 6 inches on each side for a total of an entire foot, and we could make that topo modification.
Well, okay. I think that's too sweeping because there was comments about the amount of decking, for example. And when I said that I agreed with what was said, although there was a tacit thing, I was agreeing with Abby's comment on the decking, for example. So I would prefer to have a hold for revisions, frankly.
I would too. I would make that motion.
Okay, so Diane has made a motion to hold for revisions, just so we're all clear on what's getting approved. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, Chip, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks, you too.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. I think the next one is actually the next couple at Barnabas are Stevens to chair.
Okay, so, Mr. Chair, I am going to make a clarification. An acronym I used earlier, I just, for the folks at home, was to represent constantly repeating actions perturbingly. Just for the YouTube filters. That's number
Constant
one.
repeated act-
And then number two, before we pick up the next applications, we're going to take a 7-minute break for pizza.
Oh, sounds good. Where, what?
Turn my mic on.
Yeah, he's there.
James? When you see your site plan up, we're going to do the new garage. It is myself, Diane, Abby, and Val. There are no alternates.
Would you prefer if I share my screen to drive things?
No, please do. This was last heard March 28th of 2023, nearly a year ago. Oh, review number 3, Holly tells me, James, you know what that means?
It means we've made substantial changes and
It means we hope you did, because otherwise you're going to get a denial.
we have been, no.
Excellent. Happy to hear that. Why don't you go ahead and
I
present?
believe so. So, of course, someone decides to dial the office late. So good evening, Happy New Year. I'm sure getting that a bunch tonight. So can you see my screen? See my cover page? So this is 7 Barnabas, previously approved new dwelling, which is under construction right now. We brought forth the new garage a while ago, but we kind of left it to the side while we focused on getting the main structure up and running, and now we've brought the garage back to the table. We have made substantial architectural changes to the garage, most of note being we reduced the overall height from the original proposal 2 versions ago, 4'2", bringing the ridge down to 20 foot 10 inches. Reduced the overall width of the building an additional foot. We removed the pent roof. We removed the outdoor fireplace, replaced it with just a wood burning stove interior, so it's no longer on the rear of the structure. We reduced the covered porch in the rear by 3 feet. Which was commented on by several parties. We removed the barn doors from the southern portion, replaced it with a typical 9-light door. We removed the integrated outdoor shower, which was noted as awkward, and removed it and created a freestanding outdoor shower on the north side, which you can see here and here. And we also adjusted all of the windows to accommodate the new sizes and scales of everything. So now the structure itself is more in keeping with the approved main structure. We made a lot of reductions to the scope and scale, and we've created what we believe is, a nice, reasonable structure on the street facade. You can see here, this is our previously proposed on the above, and our presently proposed with the original massings noted in blue and the previous massing noted in orange. And those were the architectural changes that have been made to date, and I look forward to the board's comments.
Okay, thanks, James. Just a quick reminder again, your board is Diane, Abby, Val, and me. Do any of those sitting members have questions? Applicant's agent? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, for the record, this is an infill within the Woodbury subdivision, which is in the OHD, and Woodbury is indicated on the National Registered update as a quintessential example of Nantucket architecture. Appreciate the neighborhood garage precedent photos. Appreciate the removal of the pent roof. Some of the examples of the photos are taken out of context and even from the same subdivision and built before the 1980s subdivision. Just want to notate that. The distance the garage is placed behind the facade of the main dwelling is the important element, not off the street. Therefore, the facade of the garage should be pushed back as recommended in Building with Nantucket in Mind, page 105. Garages where normally set back behind the house. The face of the garage can be positioned further back on the lot than the main wall of the house. And making the chimney be inboard would be a recommendation. What are the dimensions of the rear covered porch? This is an atypical feature, especially on a garage in the OHD. Appreciate the changes to the south on the east, which is inward. Could have fenestration in that, but overall, I appreciate some changes, but I think the garage is still too boxy and busy. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Yes, so
Happy New Year, by the way, Mickey.
thank you, you too, everyone. So the garage, as Holly's mentioned, is still too close to the street. Building with Nantucket in Mind suggests to go as far back as possible on the lot. and there's plenty of room to move this back further. The roof pitch is pretty shallow. It's kind of a boxy looking structure. I would try a 9 or a 10 pitch, and to get there, I'd lower the plate and not instead of raising the ridge. That open rear porch, as also Holly mentioned, is pretty unusual. It should be a shed roof or a simple hip without that horizontal extension. And the flush dormer on the north side has too much shingled area. It should either be made smaller or perhaps just add another window in the middle. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey.
Through the chair, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, James.
Am I allowed a rebuttal to public comment?
I think you're really focused on what the commissioners have to say, so I would leave it at that. I mean, you're welcome to, but you're
I just
going
wanted
to want
to-
to listen to what we have to say, and I
No,
think
agreed. I just wanted to denote also with building in Nantucket in mind, just prior on page 61, before it refers to garages on page 105. It notes that any new construction should follow a pattern of site utilization similar to that already established adjacent to it. In particular, this consideration should be given to the setback of the buildings from the street, the width, the facades, and the spaces in between. These factors contribute to the rhythm and continuity of the buildings as seen together. Like this challenges to some degree the placement of the garages in the back in relationship to a larger, wider site. We understand and we're fully aware that there are garages that are further back on lots, but this is also one of the only lots that is basically double width within the Woodbury subdivision, and putting something further back is not in context with the neighborhood. We just wanted to note that, but I'll move on from there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave it at that. Who would like to comment? Please, appropriate and inappropriate with respect to architectural elements and specific changes. Thank you.
I could go if you want. to.
Abby?
Okay, Abby, for the record. I think in general, the garage that is proposed has to have a simpler style. I think it's too tall. I think the dormers make it complicated. I think the doors should not have windows, just simple tongue and groove. The additive mass on the right should be decreased in size, so it's just a small addition. And I think historically, with a house like this, I think you've done a great job on the front of the house. I really think it would look more appropriate if it was pushed back. Oh, and the window in the gable, I think, should be smaller and simpler. So, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Diane?
I agree with the little wart on the side of the garage. I think that it doesn't need the dormers. They're flush dormers. It makes the building look like a big rectangular thing with not much to call attention to it. I'd take, as Abby said, I would take the windows out and have it just old fashioned with the black straps shutting it. And the chimney, I can't find any interior, and I don't know what the what the chimney feeds, but it should. There's a wood stove, so it might be there. I think it shouldn't be so fancy for a garage. I think the simplicity of the top of the chimney would be good. It isn't a house or cottage, and that's what I would suggest. Stepping the dormers back and reducing the chimney and reducing the window on the second floor and reducing the windows in the garage doors. That's what I would suggest.
Okay,
Thank you.
Diane. Thank you. Val?
Well, given the precedents in the neighborhood, I think it's pretty akin to what's there. I appreciate James's changes. Aside from pushing it back a little more, I think it's appropriate.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part.
Oh, sorry. I said, aside from pushing it back more, I think it's appropriate for the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. So folks, what I'd like to do is see if we can come to some consensus. This is not approaching the duration of Two Stone Alley, but for a garage, it's analogous. For me, the concerns are pushing this back at least 6 feet further from the street. Lowering the hip roof element towards the rear by the better part of 9 inches. And James, what's the pitch on the shed roof that's visible from the east and the west?
The dormers are 4 and the wart is 6.
Yeah, I think that wart needs to go down to 4, which is traditional. It does look a little too steep for me.
Okay.
And I actually think that the pent roof was a quieting in retrospect. Can we go back to the elevations that
Sorry.
show both? Yeah, and then the one below it.
This one?
Yeah, I mean, that actually has a quieting effect to me. And if that wart, the bump out were a 412, I think that's a much more traditional presentation or profile is probably a more accurate way to say it. But I don't know that we have consensus, Val, on these items. Do you, Diane, are any of the things that either Val or I have suggested, do they make an appreciable difference for you if we were to form a motion, or would we just be wasting our time?
No, I'd bring the wart in. Definitely. I don't mind the cover over the garage doors, actually. I think it tends to make it noticeable. I'd like to see the window on the second floor up there reduced. And I would like, well, in this thing, 7 Bardic was previous, the chimney was a lot simpler. I am concerned about the width and height of the chimney in a garage that should, as you say, be moved back 6 feet. And I would like to see those dormers brought in to make the building a little less overpowering. That's all. I could
Okay.
work what you got, but
So it sounds like the wart, bring it in a foot or so, knock it down to a 412, take the gable window down a size and reduce the chimney by a brick width, which will
Yeah.
still allow them to do a 11-inch flue.
right.
Okay, and then Abby, I'm sorry, did you want to comment?
Well, I could go for one more revision.
And which,
Yeah.
one more revision?
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
just what we've all said. I
Okay,
think it could,
okay. Val, what do you think? One more revision, or do we have enough to work with in Exhibit A?
I think if he's willing. Sorry. I think if James is willing to push it back farther and make those revisions, I would be fine with it through staff.
Okay. Would
Right.
you, I know I vocalized them, but would you, I guess I can do an Exhibit A.
was there consensus on the doors without the windows? What was the consensus?
Simplifying those,
Well,
make them,
there's a lot of them that look just like that in there.
yeah, unfortunately. Because I think with respect to the detail, they're not
Are we
historic.
reducing that side?
Do we have a comment from the public, perhaps? Okay.
I feel as if on the idea of pushing this back, that we're ignoring the Woodbury precedent. And I think, I don't know, I have paper copies of these if you want them. Because I think if you look at the neighborhood, very few of the garages are pushed back. I know that that's the general idea, push it to the rear, but that isn't really how Woodbury has evolved. Even most recently, there was an approval that wasn't pushed all the way back. And if there was some way to compromise on that and make these other changes, I think that might work.
Okay,
But I
and
think pushing it all the way back really,
We're not talking about that, right?
well, we talked, I happened to mention the 6-foot mark because it got it closer to the gable, but I think, I mean, I'm not adverse to the concept of the fact that there is a precedent established in the neighborhood.
Right.
there is, and there's the idea of the buildings being, along their faces and.
Yeah. What about a setback of a couple more feet?
I mean, we could go back and discuss it. They're really happy with it right where.
With it where it is. You're a tough customer.
I have a suggestion,
Yeah.
perhaps. If you look at the main house where the second mass corner is, that is probably 2 feet more. If the front facade of the garage aligned with that, I think that would be plenty.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting this? I'm sorry for the bad
That
drawing.
seems incredibly reasonable request. I think we could probably move this along.
I defer to James on that, and I'm sorry, we're not in the same room to.
I believe we're comfortable with making that change.
Okay.
I can even, and to speak to the other, can I speak to the other exhibit comments too?
Yeah,
Or-
sure. Yeah, in the interest of moving this forward, please.
Sure. So changing the pitch of the wort, not an issue, no problem doing that. We can certainly reduce the width of the chimney 1 weight. We can shave a little bit out of the wort itself too, just to make its mass slightly smaller. I can't shave it much more than 10 inches without my staircase no longer working. So I would suggest taking 10 inches out of that, 4 down on the roof, a width out of the chimney. We can reduce the size of the gable as per your request. My one other comment would be related to the change in the wort. Would you prefer if I change the pitch of the covered porch as well to reflect that? That's why they're both at 6 right now, so they match. So I would say make this and this match.
Yeah, my follow-up note is the eave on the hip lowered by 6 inches and the pitch lowered to a 412.
Certainly, sure.
And then, James, can I just confirm with you that the 412 on what you've referred to as the wart works for your interior programming?
Yes, that's fine. If I reduce it, it actually helps if I make it smaller when I pull that roof down because I have a head height condition, but I can make it work.
Okay, so we're just to recapture this. We got a 2 foot further setback from the current location relative to the street. Lower the eave on the hip covered porch 6 inches. Roof pitch 412. Roof on the wart 412. Skinning it up by 9 inches. The window and the gable downsized by 1, and the brick chimney downsized by a brick width.
And we're happy with the cap?
With an Exhibit A.
Per Exhibit A.
Noted.
And in the interest of moving this forward, Val, is that your motion? And
That
I'll
is
draw
my
it up.
motion.
Okay. Val, on your motion.
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And I'm an aye. Okay,
Thank you very much.
okay.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Analogous for a garage.
Mini stone alley.
Too early, I get it. 7, Barnabas,
Do you think America's here?
hardscape and pool.
I know she's doing school tours with her.
She's traveling, so I was going to represent for this if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. James, go ahead.
Sure.
All right,
So
folks. New
Still sharing.
board. So what I'd like to do is add Joe, 1, 2, 3, 4. Connie, were you on one tonight? I don't think we've heard from Joe yet, right? Okay. So it'll be the same board plus Joe. Unless we caught Joe in the middle of a bite to eat. Joe, are you there?
I'm here.
James Krapp representing for Mirka and the owners at 7 Barnabas. So this is a proposed pool and hardscape that was tracking with the garage. It was never really heard as the garage was still being discussed. So the orientation that you see here is rotated from what we were just looking at. So the street is the street, which is west, is on the lower portion here. As we just noted, the garage obviously shifted back slightly, but the hardscape would still remain ostensibly as suggested. So it's proposing a Belgian block driveway. It has granite pavers in grass moving between the two structures. And then there is a pool with an auto cover and a wood decking, completely obscured by the structures itself and the plantings in between the two structures. There is an existing fence on the southern facade, mostly maintained by the neighbor that was put there previously. That's remaining and it's being planted. And also there's presently very heavy privet on the property, which you can see here. That is to remain, but is to get a standard type 2 picket fence painted white, very familiar with the neighborhood. And you can see the street facade here with plantings, very similar to what you just saw without plantings. And that is what is plus or minus proposed. I can try to clarify anything or any questions that you might have related to the site plan.
Okay, thanks, James. So again, it is Diane, Abby, Val, Joe, and me. Are there any questions for the applicant's agent? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, infill within the Woodbury subdivision. The site plan should show the existing conditions with the sidewalk and curb cut that exists, as this lot is vacant and surrounded by developed established lots. Appreciate the photos in the application. The proposed Belgian block driveway is a lot. It's too much. Brick and shell would be more appropriate and aligned with some of the other lots with this area of Woodbury. Appreciate the wood decking around the pool. I do note that it looks like it's right up to the property line, so I'd recommend moving that off and probably even out of the setback. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mickey?
Yeah, the driveway, we agree with the Belgian block is too much, probably better if it were brick. The square cut granite stepping stones between the buildings and in the front are a little too formal. And looking at the site plan, it seems like that there's gonna be visibility looking from the street back into the pool area. There's no fencing or any planting except for a privet, hedge on the street side that's going to screen it, and privet, as we all know, disappears in the wintertime. So I think you'll want better screening around the pool to hide from the street. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Let's see here. Who would like to begin? Again, architectural elements, appropriate and inappropriate, please. Joe?
Sure, I'll go. I agree with the comments regarding the driveway material, and I do share Mickey's concern about possible visibility between the buildings. So something to mitigate that with more permanence, I think, should be considered. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Val?
I agree with Joe.
Diane?
I agree with what Joe said, but I was wondering whether it would be anyway good to move that swimming pool away from the back fence. Not by a lot, but get it away right from the fence, which is then sitting on top of the vegetation, which is sitting on top of the end fence. It pushes everything sort of to the rear. I'd like to see it maybe brought up 2 feet to get it away from the back wall. Just a thought.
Okay, so 2 feet closer into the yard space?
Yeah, it's a lot of yard space, and it's going to, the pool would be better to be brought into the lawn, I think a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I agree. It should be taken off the setback. Visibility from Barnabas should be not visible. And that means it should have a fence in between the two buildings or something such like that. Yeah. And around about the Belgian block, I think brick would be more appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think the brick would probably be better. The silver granite, I think, is just so strong. It'd be nice. I would not be adverse to the native stone colored Belgian block that we don't often see, but exists. It's pinks and tans and grays, and it looks real nice. But in any event, brick seems to be the winner by consensus. Some type of element blocking visibility through the alleyway between the two structures and bumping that thing off the back property line. I think we can do this with an exhibit if somebody's willing to make a motion and an exhibit.
Sorry, is there an apron proposed here, or is it just?
It all one.
It's all one.
Yeah.
Well, it's presently the brick sidewalk, sorry to interrupt, the brick sidewalk in the neighborhood cuts everything, and then there'd be Belgian on the other side.
Thank you, James. I stand corrected.
My bad.
And one thing to add to your, was the hardscaping of the stone pavers going back. It seems formal. That could be more naturalistic, I think.
Can you soften up the edges on that stone, James?
I'm not representing for the designer clearly. I'm not sure that I can agree to everything this evening.
So do you want us to, we can make a motion for specific revisions?
The items that I heard, and just clarify if I'm wrong, was potentially moving the pool a little bit off the setback. By the edge of the pool presently is 13 foot back and 15 foot from the side setback, so it's already off the edge. I understand the addition of potentially adding another fence layer in between the two buildings. Totally get that. And obviously not being seen in perpetuity, which is common. And is the consensus on the driveway brick as opposed to some other hybrid or something? I just bring this to the attention of all the options in the neighborhood. Even brick with a cobble strip or something. I don't know the preference of the owners on this, so I would contend I don't want to tell Mirka to make revisions, but I think we should probably make a couple.
So that's fine, James. So I just, one thing I want to get a clarification on is off the rear property line, there is a line that goes on the sheet from top to bottom, and it is that meant to be a utility line, or what is that?
No, so that's the property line. That's the 5 foot setback. That's the 10-foot pool setback.
There's another line. Yeah, it's not on the drawing. It's not on that drawing. It's on a different. Oh, you know why? Is because I'm looking at the site plan for the house. So for me, there was some confusion as to where the setback was. So you're clarifying that the pool is up, the coping of the pool is up to the setback. The coping is a wood deck, and that the stepstones that are shown are in the setback, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I think what we're asking for revisions, the revisions are a brick driveway, bump the pool into the yard by a couple of feet, and a more traditional stepping stone arrangement in addition to ensuring not visible at the time of inspection or thereafter. Those are the revisions we're requesting, correct?
Yeah,
Okay, can I have a motion to that effect?
I make a motion.
Okay, on your motion,
Yes, aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, and I happily relinquish my role as chair to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good evening.
Thank you. So the next one is at 17 Ames in Nantucket. And I was reading through, Twig is put down as the rep, but we had somebody, do we have somebody to represent? Is it Alyssa Corey?
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not doing video. Oh, you know what? My video is broken. Sorry, guys, but you don't need to see me. So yes, can I go ahead and present?
Yeah, it's your turn.
Okay, great.
Well, hang on, Alyssa, just one second. I want to announce the board. Okay, it's myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Val, the regular board. There you go. Go ahead.
Okay, so Twig took into account everything you said at the last meeting. What he did was we reduced the overall height as much as possible to still fit within code, as there's a stairway there, so we need the headroom. So we brought it down by almost 6 feet. And then on the west elevation, there were concerns before about the size of the windows. So changed the fenestration. And we think that this design looks softer as was requested, but still in keeping with the quirky nature of Nantucket and the area.
Is that it?
Yes.
So I just have one sort of clarification type question for you. The drawings are great. You got a good drawing program there. But one thing that's not clear to me, at least, is I'm looking at the existing house, and then I'm looking at the proposed, but I'm not seeing like the prior.
Right. Yes.
It's not there, right?
It's not there.
So okay, so we're gonna have to sort of go a little bit blind to be able to know what things you've done, and you described what you just did, but vis-a-vis what we
Right,
were
it would
looking
have
at the
been
last
more
time,
helpful to have
it would be
this.
beneficial in the future to know what we were comparing to.
Yeah.
Okay?
Agreed.
Having said that, I'm gonna turn it over to Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is called Peddler's Hole. It's a circa 1945 contributing structure. It was actually listed under 17 Rhode Island Ave. It was built by Franklin Bartlett. And there was a notation on the old HC survey that the structure was built from salvaged lumber. As previously mentioned, the last review, the proposal does not do the existing contributing structure justice. I appreciate the changes, however. Understand that the intent for the second floor, but the interior should not dictate the exterior, as noted in building with Nantucket in mind. The existing ranch is approximately 15 feet tall. With this addition adds a 7 foot and approximately almost 8 feet. The lean-to isn't working. However, the new quirkiness of the proposed south with the new dormer is Nantucket, so appreciate that. What about flipping the salt box addition so that the quirkiness is facing the east towards Hither Creek is my question to the commission. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks, Holly. Do we have any comments from Nantucket Advisory? They've sort of gone silent. All right, so with that, I think we can turn it over to the board. It's the regular board. Who would like to begin?
Wait a minute. Linda's on the Nantucket Advisory Group. Would she object to herself if she, I'm just thinking out loud here. I'm just thinking out loud.
Is she still?
I don't know.
I don't think she's still on it.
Oh,
It doesn't sound like it. Okay,
a little jesting.
yeah. Maybe it's.
I'll go.
Oh, Diane, go ahead.
Okay, one thing that catches my eye, and I don't know what is the salt box on the west elevation with that one window up there. And I am somebody who likes large windows, but I think the window on the second floor of the salt box addition should be smaller. And and on the other side where the shed dormer is, I don't know whether I would make those two windows up in the dormer the same size as the two windows on the first floor. But Madigan, I know very well, has many quirky things. But I just think those three windows, one over each on the salt box, needs to be relieved. And it's a lot of roof up there on the south elevation with those two little windows. I would make them bigger and perhaps bring the dormer down enough to encompass us 3/3 like below. I think it wouldn't look as if it had been thrown up there sort of quick to get it done. Franklin, was a pretty good builder and designer, and so that's what I would consider. Okay,
Okay, Diane, thank you very much. Who's next?
I'll go.
Stephen.
So thanks, Mr. Chair. I think, first of all, I appreciate the changes. I support Diane's comments about the fenestration change there with the gable and the salt box. For me, primarily, I think that this is enough Nantucket, that it's appropriate, subject, however, to lowering the top, viewing the west elevation, lowering the top plate on the upper gable chord of the salt box, and lowering the lower top plate on the lower chord, the longer lower chord of the salt box, so that basically that whole roof assembly is dropping down approximately 6 inches, and on the other elevations, the effect would be that the top plates of the windows would be buried would become the header. And I think that just gets at that little bit extra reduction in height that it needs to be more appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Who would like to go next? Abby? Val? Abby, go ahead.
Oh, I have one other comment. I'm sorry.
Stephen.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
This actually is not terribly dissimilar to the west elevation, which is the street front, to the approval that we just did of a ranch on Gold Star.
Correct. John Race.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, we were to Abby?
Yeah, I thought it was fine the first time.
That's Val, by the way, sorry.
Val, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I thought it was fine the first time because it's quirky like Nantucket. It's not huge. It's a whopping 22 foot 9 inches at its highest. And I just wish I knew what we were looking at from before, but since I didn't care, I'm fine with it.
Okay, Val, thank you. Abby?
I think its quirkiness is very Nantucket. I think that second floor is a little overwhelming for the what's existing, but I think on that east elevation, there are 2 windows in there, and I think if that was reduced to 1, it would be a lot more subtle and not overwhelming, not so overwhelming. It might be more digestible because it is sort of going away from that existing main mass. I wish I understood what Holly said about turning the salt box another way, but I don't understand that. Would it be 90?
No.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Chair, through you.
Yeah.
So what is proposed on the east with the salt box facing you would be flipped, so that's actually on the east, if that makes sense. So basically you're taking it,
180?
yes, sorry, 180 instead of 360, yes.
No, yeah, I just.
Yep. And you would essentially having the salt box facing Heather Creek.
Okay, I like that idea too. And And if it made it more subtle, I'd appreciate that, because I think it's this second floor that's, it is quirky like Nantucket, but I think it would make it a little more digestible.
Abby, thank you. Let's see, I think it's to me, right? So I think that the idea of flipping the salt box such that the taller side would be on sort of at the terminus of the building, I would not be in favor of, because then it would have like the taller part of the building like way off to this one side rather than more central. So like Val, you know, I think this is Matic. There's really only, other than this comment that Stephen made about the plates, which I was behind, and I think that's easily done. The only thing that Diane's comment sort of pointed out to me about the window is that Nantucket quirky is good, but like when you have two windows that are like almost centered on the gable, the ridge, but they're not, as in the west elevation, they're off by like 6 inches. That's, to me, that's not quirky. That's just like bothersome. So I would like to see, hopefully I'm expressing myself well. On the west elevation, the two windows that are stacked, the one second floor window and the window directly below it, aren't directly under the ridge, and I believe that they should be. Other than that, Stephen's comment about getting it a little bit lower, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion for an Exhibit A, centering the two windows on the west under the gable, dropping the top plates approximately 6 inches to bury them into the top
Bury
plate
the
headers.
Yeah.
And that would be the Exhibit A.
Okay, so that is an Exhibit A that would incorporate essentially two changes to this building. We're looking at it now.
I'm sorry, can you repeat those?
It's basically going to be to lower the second story roof mass approximately 6 inches by lowering the top plates and centering on the west elevation the stacked double hung windows, first and second floor, under the gable.
Okay.
And they can, yeah.
There is the motion. So on that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane, we'll go to Abby.
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
Diane, you there? Is she muted? Oh, Diane, you're muted.
Says unmuted. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay, so tell me what the proposal was. What are we doing about those two windows on the salt bulk?
We're going to center them under the gable.
Okay. But keeping them the same size, right? You're saying?
Yeah.
No, I
You're
just
gonna
say,
go. You're gonna
I
go.
got it.
You're a nay.
yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna vote in favor. So the motion passes 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So that's approved to staff, right? Sorry.
Yeah, so what we're gonna do is, I believe Stephen's probably gonna produce an Exhibit A.
I have one.
Oh, Diane. Val,
Diane.
no. Val is producing an Exhibit A, and then we're gonna submit that to the staff. And that will, when your drawings come in, if they reflect what's shown on Exhibit A, you're good to go. You don't need to come see us anymore. As much as I'm sure you enjoy our company, you won't have to anymore. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so let's see. Abby's chairing the next one.
All right.
If there's an.
I got. Okay.
Do we have an applicant?
Sounds like it.
Dean.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Dean, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, so this was a pool. I was proposing for 13 Aurora Way. I think at the last meeting, you guys wanted me to include some more information regarding the materials and the fencing. So I have some pictures, I hope they're on there, of it was going to be a natural mahogany baluster fence, New York bluestone coping. The house which you guys had approved is already framed, and it's like you literally can't see anything beyond the house. It's that front facade like blocks everything in the backyard from the road.
Thank you, Dean. Holly, are you, nothing? Okay, to the board. Anybody ready?
Well, I can't remember back till August.
All
but-
right.
Crazy. My only concern would be the visibility from what's behind it, and I can't see on this locus what's behind it. Is that?
It's
Conservation.
conservation. It's just trees, woods.
I think it's all wetlands too.
It's wetlands in there, yeah.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Val. Let's see who's on this. Where's Stephen? He's not on this? It says poll. Am I reading this wrong?
You're,
Camp Coombs, Oliver, Patton, Paul.
Okay. Okay. Diane, are you ready on this?
She's, oh,
There, just,
Yes?
I don't think I was concerned you might see it from Jesse's house, and I don't think that you can see it. I have a problem of so much, I don't know what they're using as a fence or as a vegetation break, but I think it needs to be more relaxed. It's the last piece of property there, and it needs to be brought, the fence around the pool needs to be brought back closer to the end of the property. I think in the vegetation of the property. The shell driveway is fine. It's funny going in, and the houses that he's got there, the way they fit seems to fit in. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, Diane. Connie?
What am I doing with this?
You're going to take a picture of them all, and you're going to send it to a telephone number.
Holly, can you mute her? Mute her.
oh,
Go ahead, Connie.
Yeah, I really don't think this is going to be visible. So I really don't think I have a lot of concern as long as the caveat is added to the consent with conditions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. So Diane,
Joe.
Val, did you go?
Yeah. I went first.
Well, why does it say Pohl and Welch?
where are you looking?
you're looking above it. I'm on this one, but
Oh, you are? Okay, go ahead, Joe.
yeah, I don't have an issue with the pool, but I have a question about this thing that's labeled as a retaining wall. I don't see what the height of that is, and there's no contour information as far as I know. So can the applicant speak to what the extent of this retaining wall is? Because that line weight seems to wrap around the whole yard and then come back to the gate. And I initially thought that was a fence until I saw this other note.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Can you address that?
Yes, so the retaining wall comes along the back side of the property, and it comes up to the shed. And that's where it stops. I can't see in the drawing how detailed it is, but it wraps around to the corner of the shed, 13 feet from the corner. And it's about 3 feet it's about 3 feet high. And then it comes flush to grade on where the pool equipment is.
Gosh, okay, 3 feet, that's a little high than we normally do. Is there a topography map here that shows the,
No.
3 feet's quite a bit.
Yeah, and that note says 4 feet by 8-inch retaining wall and is that concrete? I think we need a little bit more information on the retaining wall. The pool, I think, is fine, but it looks like I wouldn't want that.
Right. I hear you, Joe. So Dean, we might need a little more information on this so we could make a
Even if
good
it's nothing's
decision.
visible, it's absolutely not visible from the road.
But we need
Definitely.
heights of those retaining walls.
Okay.
Well, in this drawing, through you, Madam Chair, this drawing that we're looking at on the screen shows the retaining wall wrapping around the side property line. So at a minimum, I think there needs to be a corrected drawing, and knowing what material that is would be helpful. Yeah, it's not visible, but it starts to, you're adding a lot of fill back there to
Right.
level out the yard for the pool.
Could you, Dean, could you give us that information, the materials and the heights of the walls?
Yep. It's the bluestone top. And like I said, the low point is about 3 feet high, and it gradually comes up to grade.
Okay, but we need those grades, and
Okay.
we usually don't have like granite caps on retaining walls. They're usually natural, but would somebody like to make a motion for more information?
Motion to hold for more information.
Okay, thank you, Val. On Val's motion, Diane? Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Diane, are you there? Diane, are you in favor of holding this for more information?
She's muted, right?
Yes.
Diane?
Sometimes you have to speak in a very stern voice with Diane to get the message across.
Right, did it unmute? Can you hear me? There.
Yes.
No,
So Joe made Val made a motion to hold for a little more info on this. Are you in
that's what I
favor?
heard him. Yes, I heard him say, I'm sorry. My screen is screwing up.
Okay, thank you, Diane. And thank you, Dean. We'll see you back here.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Matthew, your turn. 4 North Water Street. Myself, Mr. Welch, Ms. Camp, Ms. Coombs, and Ms. Oliver. The notorious regular board.
Did you do it?
Yes, I did.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Matthew,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
hit it.
It's the last time I'm going to say it, but Happy New Year to everybody.
Oh, thanks.
Week after this week, we can't say it. Okay, so thank you. So this application you've seen before for North Water. So the structure in question is we're looking to take this rear later addition, albeit late 19th century, late 19th century addition, and move it to 23 Nantucket Road. The structure, this portion of the structure was originally detached from the primary body of the structure, which is indicated in the 1968 survey. One other point too is they refer to the structure in that survey as a Carpenter Classic Gothic, which is like a play on the Carpenter Gothic style that was second half of the 19th century. And I don't know if that's like the best description of this structure, because I think it's more of a Gothic revival. The Carpenter Gothic style was kind of an indication of a simpler, a simpler mass, if you will, with some kind of smaller ornamental details, with the intention of emulating a Gothic revival. But I would submit to you that this is a full Gothic revival. It's a beautiful building, and we're not proposing to make any alterations to that portion of the structure. There was some discussion about, potentially lifting it and replacing the foundation, but in the interest of preservation, we're not planning to make any adjustments to the structure, other than this rear section that was detached at one point. The move off, we have a place to put this structure, which is Nantucket Road, early Nantucket Road, and again, I kind of indicated this in an email to the board as a whole as a response to Holly's circulating the survey from '68. So thank you for that, Holly. But the bigger issue here is that, if we work with this portion of the structure as is, the reality is we're going to have to do a lot of work to the interior, the floor framing, and probably the foundation. And in this scenario and proposal, by moving this portion of the structure that was originally detached and it was referred to as a shed, we'll be doing a greater service to the building by retaining a majority of it. The benefit of moving this structure is that it'll stay intact with the exception of the portion that touches the existing building, and basically reusing it. And then it'll also have the ability to be seen by the public. So while it may not be the ideal scenario, I think the alternative is that more of the historic fabric will be removed if we do have to work with it. And we're in a fortunate position that we have a place to move it, which is a place that is it's going to be visible, it's going to be contextual, and so that's definitely our position here. The other point is that the subsequent applications beyond this, which is to move on, but then there's also an addition to 4 North Water. Part of that addition, if you're familiar with the site, there's quite a bit of open space, and so we have the ability to build a new structure essentially. And I think that from the public way, the building will be viewed as a secondary structure. Now they are connected, and the reason that they are connected, and therefore it's an addition to 4 North Water, is purely a function of the handicapped accessibility. Renovating this existing 4 North Water structure, we have to provide accessibility from the street, and the finished floor elevation is about 4.5 feet above grade. That poses a significant amount of challenges in terms of, how do you get somebody with a mobile disability into the building? And so part of the proposal that's going to be before you in the next 2 agenda items is we've come up with a way where we can have a single point of entry, accessible entry, that will serve both this existing historic building, which is always a challenge providing accessibility, and the new building. My point in saying all of that is that when the new building is, in whatever form is eventually approved, plus this 1-story connector, the whole rear section of the structure is not going to be visible. And so when you look at the bigger picture, again, from a purely preservation perspective, by moving this structure, I think that we're going to retain a significantly more of the historic fabric. It will be a net benefit to the architectural context of the island. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matthew. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an individually significant structure built in 1846 after the Great Fire. It's the Obed Joy House, and it was built by Edward F. Easton, a housewright. And all of the documentation, both the HDC survey from the 80s as well as the 60s HABs information, does indicate that it's a Carpenter classic. The rear section of this individually significant structure was originally a separate shed when the house was built after the Great Fire. The rear portion was added on at some point, and the Sanborn maps, as well as the water company maps, respectively from 1887 and 1890, show that these structures were connected at that time. That time is when the Joy family owned the dwelling, and it was a rear section that's been 2 bedrooms and a bath, and I believe has been converted to an office at some point. It's part of the historic character of the streetscape and the history of this individually significant structure, and is important to be retained on site. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey?
Yes, so similar to that last comment of Holly's, these pieces, they represent about half of the footprint of the building. And removing them will clearly affect the historic character of the building. They date back to the late 1800s and should be kept in place or repurposed on site rather than move them out of town where they will lose any connection to their original location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. If there's no one else speaking on this, we can bring it over to the board at this point.
Mr. Chair, could I just add one
Yeah,
more
go ahead.
point? Is the again, the 2 points I would say is just the visibility of the structure is minimal now, and will be further
You're talking about the back path.
Yes, yeah, just the back path, yeah. That's it, sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah. But you know, I don't want to argue the point necessarily, but you can see it from the street, you know.
I guess my point is that with the proposal that's going to be before you tonight, you really won't see it with the addition of the
You
the
mean
new
the
structure.
proposal for the next lot?
Yes,
The,
it's all one lot, but there's a proposal.
right, but there's room, there's basically right now, there's kind of a parking lot that you can look across.
Correct, and there's a subsequent application before you tonight which shows
Okay,
a new structure.
yeah, got it. All right, thanks, Matt. Who wants to start? That, Val, that sounded like a yes. You.
Well, I'm reading what I said the last time, which was if this moved in its entirety, I was okay with moving it, but I was hoping that the construction in this area would maintain the historic character of what's there, so I still feel that way.
Okay.
And forgive me, Mr. Chair, the other point I wanted to, that I forgot to say is that one other key point is that the portion of the structure that would be going in its place is 1 story. And so we basically modeled the scale of of an addition where this structure that we hope to move in its place is a 1-story structure. And so I know that that's something that Mickey has discussed. I think the board's expressed that, you know, that what would go in its place wouldn't be like a 2-story or 2.5-story. The addition that we hope to put in its place is a structure of very similar scale. It's 1 story. We can look at that, the subsequent application.
I think I'm looking at something else.
But we can.
Yeah, can I?
Hang on, I think there's a lot of, seems to be some
Sorry.
confusion. I'm gonna actually start with Holly, and I'll get to all of you. but-
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you, since Matt's alluding to the proposal that's going to be before you for the replacement, if you will. I don't know if you wanted to hold off on opining on this application and look at what's proposed, but I want you to just, from an architectural perspective, of what's individually significant of this structure. And the columns that are actually on 3 sides of the structure,
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to see the 3rd side with what's being proposed. And I think you should take that into consideration.
Okay, all right, understood. Thank you, Holly. Let's see, Stephen, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I guess, well, I would suggest that similar to past practice, we pull forward the application for the proposed replacement I don't know that we necessarily need to open it up to comment on it, but I think it's important to have an understanding of what's being proposed, because I can't visualize things like you can visualize an apple in your head. Just doesn't, not how my brain works. But when Matt is describing what he's describing, the feeling I get is different than what I'm seeing when I look at what's being proposed. So I think it's important that we understand what's actually being proposed, number one. On this application itself, I agree with Val. My prior comments, I think, revolve around the concept that what's being proposed to replace this should reflect the essence of profiles, which is of what was there, which is typical to how we would typically approach this type of a thing. I will say, Matt, I agree with you that, you know, it's interesting. We really have what amounts to almost two historic structures here, connected by an historic structure, which, if there was anything that was a Carpenter Gothic that was poorly conceived, and then in addition poorly implemented, it was the additions off the back, which don't reflect Gothic at all. And they are kind of like a pock on this beautiful home. But the pock is solely not from a historic sense because they're historic. It's from this sense of the romantic notion of these structures that we hold dearly on our heads, like a rose-covered postcard of the cottage out on Pulpus Road, and we think it always looks like that in perpetuity. This structure historically has had these small additions that seem inconsistent with the primary structure and the primary use. Your argument seems to be that you can eliminate some of that mass and increase the visibility of the historic structure. And I'm kind of on the fence about that particular aspect of it. I do think it would be beneficial to be able to see more of this, but what's being proposed is a concern for me because I think it actually takes away. So I know that was a little bit roundabout way of saying I think we really need to look at what's being proposed. And
through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, I think that would be helpful because I think we can talk through some of those pieces.
But I'm looking at the new proposal, and I think it's likely that most or all of the other people sitting on this application are looking at the new proposal.
Is there any way to pull it up on the screen just so I could kind of walk through the pieces, if you will, specifically as it relates to the rear section that we're looking to relocate to a new home? And just to reiterate that portion in the new proposal is a one-story, and we tried to emulate the massing schematic, not exactly because it's kind of a ramshackle.
He means in the back.
Yeah, just in the back.
Esme, can you pull up the next two out for this one to the third one in the lineup, which is the new proposed building? And then we'll have them to flip back and forth too. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, yeah, sure.
While we're pulling that up, the one thing that when I try to distance myself from this application, obviously we're proposing this addition. When I really just think about preservation, the sad reality of retrofitting or working with an existing historic structure, unfortunately, as we all know, tends to mean that a good chunk of the interior and the structure itself has to be retrofitted. And so again, the idea that we're able to keep it in its existing condition as a whole and move it, and then actually use it as a two-bedroom dwelling, which is what it was originally, to me, is certainly a better option than altering it to make it work for current use. So this is great. If we could look at the site plan, this might be really helpful if I could just walk the board through this really quickly.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, actually, nobody's commented on the first proposal yet, other than Stephen. Oh, actually, Val did too. Yeah, but go, let's let Abby do her thing.
Thank you. So Abby, for the record, my feeling is that we already have a historic group of buildings here. And this is I believe these buildings should be renovated. Historic structures are not always beautiful and classic looking, but these are real. They're real buildings, and they've been added on historically. And to propose something, I just took a glimpse at it. I didn't want to look at it. It's like looking at your hand if you can't play it. But just on this alone, I would not be in favor of demoing or moving them. I think they're a real part, and we have them right now. Let's keep our history. And that's the way I feel about it. Thank you.
All right, Abby, thanks. So, I mean, just so we can get an overview and maybe comment on the entire thing, the entire package, we can spend a little bit of time on your proposal, which is the first item on the new business.
That would be, I think that might be
Here we
helpful.
are. So go ahead, Matthew.
So if everyone's looking at the site plan, so page south is the Obed Joy. I think it's definitely a Gothic revival. Again, the Carpenter Gothic. I feel like this structure is significantly more detailed and better than that. So I think the Carpenter Gothic's a little bit of a misnomer, but so that's page south. You can see the rectangle with the bay on the south of the page. To the north, the structure to the north, that is a new proposal for a new building, a new structure, because that is currently a parking lot. Thank you. The rear section to the left is basically the replacement of the relocated structure, and that portion is a one-story element. So if we could scroll down just a couple of sheets to the perspectives, I think that would be helpful. Actually, could we just stop on this page right here? Thank you so much. So A102. So this is the second floor plan. So page south on the bottom, that is the Obed Joy house renovated. The original stair is intact and the general structural composition is intact. There's no proposed adjustments to the dormers or any exterior detailing. And you can see that there's an actual gap between these two structures. So for all intents and purposes, when this is viewed from the street, these will look like two separate structures. Now, because we have to solve for an accessibility issue, they are connected with one-story elements. But what this second floor plan demonstrates is that the rear addition, which we're essentially recreating, not exactly, obviously, but in terms of scale, it is a one-story structure. And we did try to emulate similar roof pitches, window configurations, et cetera, et cetera. So in theory, we're rebuilding the one-story additive pieces on the back of the Obed Joy structure. Now we're doing it so that the addition is orthogonal to the original structure. I think we would all agree that the way it's connected to the building just seems really illogical. Like, granted, it was, his quote unquote historic, but it was a freestanding structure. If we could just scroll down to the perspectives. And what I'd love to do if we could is, obviously the new building to the right of that sheet is a new building. And I would love to, no matter what, we're gonna be back before you for a new structure in that place. So there's zoning allows it, there's plenty of ground cover. And so there will be a proposal for a new structure next to this existing structure. If you scroll down a little bit further, you can see the one-story addition on drawing one to the left is the recreation of that one-story addition that we're looking to basically build in place of. The drawing three shows as if you were standing in the backyard looking at the two structures. The Obed Joy house is on the right, the new proposed structure is on the left, and the one-story piece is in the foreground. If you scroll, I think the next sheet, we have some perspectives. So again, if you look at the lowest drawing, that again is a perspective standing in the backyard looking at this one-story element. from the street in the upper left, you'll see that, again, we're going to be proposing a new building no matter what. And the form of that building, you may feel like it's too tall and too vertical, and we can kind of pull that apart and talk about scale and adjustments and things like that. But there is the ability to build a building there, and that eventually will happen. And so the question is, how does that building manifest itself? And that's one of the things that we're going to discuss tonight. But my point is that when you look at this building from the street, we have a one-story connector that connects the buildings, and that will obstruct any visibility of this rear structure. And so even in the scenario that we keep the building where it is, retrofit it, pull it apart, you're still never going to see it. And again, I just go back to the point of putting on the preservationist hat and saying, would I rather have a structure, basically pulled apart, retrofitted in place, or keep it completely intact and find a new home for it? Again, I think that if you're the net benefit on the preservation front is to keep it intact and move it. And again, if we didn't, you're still never going to see it, just by nature of the ability to build this other structure. That's it. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm gonna kind of, Holly, do you have specific things to say about the new building, or, okay, so. Yeah, I know, I mean, the sequence is kind of all messed up, but why don't you say what you need to say? Because I think that we have to open up a sort of a broader discussion of the whole thing. So why don't you go for that, and then we'll hear from Mickey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an addition to an individually significant structure, and I may need some clarification on the proposed ground cover, but the existing rear L as it stands right now, that historic, at least from the 1890s, is 845 square feet. The site plan didn't really indicate what the addition square footage was, and the COA wasn't clear, so I would like to have that clarified. But the addition of the new infill gable-ended Greek Revival addition is not appropriate for an addition onto the existing individually significant historic structure. New additions should be compatible with massing scale and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. Each property shall be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings, should not be undertaken. Most properties change over time. Those changes that have acquired historic significance in their own right shall be retained and preserved. And I mentioned that about the existing Obed Joy house, along with the addition on the rear. The addition as proposed, as seen from the north, removes the visibility of the fluted columns as shown on three sides of this structure, whether you call it a Gothic revival, and yeah, I might want to go that way. Versus the Carpenter revival. But the revivalist period, if you look in the architectural history books, are very, very similar. So sometimes it's really hard to ascertain on which revival it is, but I digress. I do appreciate the addition does not attach to the main block of the Obed Joy house. However, it is proposed and is not appropriate. I believe, based on what Matt's been mentioning, that there is going to be another structure here as an infill within the OHD. They can do that for zoning. I think a separate structure would be prudent to this location. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly.
Yes, Mr. Chair, could I just add one critical point to that, because I don't disagree with it.
Really quickly.
The only reason that the buildings are connected is for handicapped accessibility. We would prefer to have them separate.
Okay.
And it's just a matter of providing accessibility to both structures as opposed to two separate towers with two lifts.
Got it. Thank you, Matthew. Mickey.
Yeah, I'll skip the finer detail points till some other discussion, I think. But in general, the proposed new building, call it to the side, it really dwarfs the original building. And I think that it would be much more acceptable if it was of a smaller scale. Probably detached. I mean, Matt makes it sound like they don't have any choice. They've got to build this building and connect them. But something can be built here. It can be separate. And it can respect the original building without having to remove the historic piece of the old building. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. So I think for the board, now we have seen like the whole package. And so I'd like to hear from each of you, your opinions of the new piece. I'd certainly like to hear your opinions about the preservation or moving of the back piece of the existing Obed Joy House. So with that, who would like to begin?
I actually have a question.
Yeah,
please,
sure.
through you, Mr.
Yep.
Chair. Man, I'm sorry. I might be missing something here, but I'm looking at, can we go to the floor plan of the proposed new first floor plan? I'm looking at a single family dwelling here.
You are.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
it's actually their hotel rooms. It's going to be an inn.
Okay, so, but it's a single use.
Yes, yep.
Okay.
Owned by the same, and so it's like.
Okay,
an
yeah, I
inn.
just wanted to make sure I understood what I was looking at, because I'm
Yeah.
like thinking, well, wait a minute, this is,
And,
Oh,
and
yeah.
if I could, just not to get too in the weeds and the accessibility piece of it, it certainly is possible if they were detached, but if you can see that there's that elevator lift, so there's a handicap parking space that actually occupies the space between the two buildings. And we intentionally separated these buildings as much as possible so that from a streetscape perspective, they will read as two separate structures. But by having one single point of entry for egress, it's one lift. The alternative is to have, essentially two bump outs or two lifts that are so close together, and where they're both served by the same inn. It just seemed like redundant to try to have two separate ones. As far as the new building is concerned, again, kind of putting that in its own little box in terms of height and scale per Mickey's comments, I think we can definitely drop the scale of that very easily. But I just did want to point out, we spent a lot of time doing a lot of accessibility analysis, and it's one of the biggest challenges with commercial projects in the core district. How do you provide accessibility without putting in ramps and doing it in the most sympathetic way? And so that really was a big driving factor for us in terms of connecting them with a one-story piece. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
So Stephen, you had just made a comment, but who would actually like to render opinions on the whole package?
I would.
All right, Abby, go.
So, off of what you just said, Matt, this is a historic building, and as it sits alone right now, it doesn't have to have it doesn't have to be renovated to be handicap accessible or those kinds of things. You could do that to the infill, but my feeling is that these should definitely be separated. So giving honor to this historic house, and then do something historic. It's a fine design what you've done, but I think the sides look very much like a hotel rather than something historic. That a
We can
lot
drop
could
this
be
here.
done, and you will see that from the street. So, you've already heard me say that I think we should restore and keep the historic outer buildings that go down the back. You wanted to hear from us on the whole package?
That's exactly what I would.
Right, so that's how I stand on that. I don't think these should be joined. And I think what's proposed should have should not overwhelm the historic house. It should be secondary to, or there's another word for that, but those are my general feelings. Subordinate, thank you.
I will go.
Okay, Diane, go ahead.
I agree with Abby and Holly. This is a historic building, and it comes with its side part that grew up. Why move it so you can build something more on top of it? We're supposed to be protecting our historic buildings, not changing them so we can build more. The building that you are proposing looks, as Abby said, it looks like a hotel. This is a major corner of our Brant Point area. And I think that it is a mistake to change it, take the other part off and put it out in Nantucket somewhere. Who knows or cares? It should stay with the building. It can be disconnected. I'm sure there's a way to put a ramp through to get into both buildings. Maybe you get into one and then go into the other from that. But I think it would be a big mistake to take the building apart and build a second one that has nothing to do age-wise or anything else with the existing building it would be going next to. So that's my opinion right now.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Let's see, Stephen, Val, who wants to go?
Val, you want to go or want to go? Okay, so Matt, I'm gonna kind of turn this thing sideways and upside down.
Great.
Addition Tetris is where we're gonna end up, but for now, I mean, I just want to look at the elevations first. I'm looking at this, I'm speaking with respect to the proposed. A201, easier said, east elevation proposed. For me, there's a couple things that I think are inappropriate with this. One, I think the connector piece, it doesn't really honor the prior existing historic structure. Noting the prior existing historic structure has a diminished value relative to the historic structure on the corner, but that it's attached to, but it still has significance. That's number one. Number two, it's an odd, to me, and no offense intended, it's an odd marriage of two different architectural styles to have that connector there. I think it's not a good marriage. So for me, a different way of saying that perhaps is that I think if this is basically a continuation of a structure, that it should reflect the style of that structure as opposed to having its own identity. Because for me, the fact that they're connected, it makes this look very atypical. Two different periods connected by two different relative story structures. So that's one comment. The other comment would be, I think if you look at the floor plan.
Come up.
Diane, hey,
Yes.
nothing, sorry.
If you look at the floor plan on the first sheet, 2313, the first floor plan, this is all along the same lines of rationale. So let me just back up before we go anywhere. On this structure, Matt, if your connector was subterranean, I would have absolutely, the discussion of the historic structure being removed aside for the moment. These two structures presented without the actual connector with the small doghouse facing forward and the steps going up in the middle, eliminated, changes the whole perspective of this structure. Subterranean connection in order to get your ADA, whatever it is a separate element of the discussion. Or the existing structure being retrofitted, which would sit outside the footprint of what's proposed on the right, including the bump out, I think would still be appropriate. So just to have that in mind with respect to the elevations. Can we now go to the floor plan, and then there will be some additional context to those comments?
The first floor plan.
We need an active scroller on this one. So Matt, for me, the concept, oh, you know what? Actually, can you go to the site plan? Because it's important to have can you zoom in on the structures? Like 3 clicks, 2 clicks, maybe?
Mr. Chair, through you, and just to Stephen's comments, I think it's germane. I totally agree with what you're saying. The approach for us was that in perspective, if you were on the street, because this one-story connector is set so far back, I personally feel that these will be perceived as two separate structures for what it's worth. So we
Okay.
did spend a bunch of time at looking at different architectural styles, and we intentionally didn't want to emulate the Gothic revival. And I would also say that the house directly to the north on this plan is a full two-story Greek revival. And so we intentionally tried to depart from the Gothic revival style. But so the key point is that we felt that these buildings would be perceived as two independent lots.
Let's let
Thank
Stephen
you.
continue.
Okay,
Sorry.
so I'm going to use what's here and I'll describe it as I'm going. I think for me, Matt, the concept of the connector piece, which is shown between the existing structure, which is not inside the bubble on the bottom right, and the rest of the structure, the connector being a small piece in the middle that has a set of stairs going up that are not bubbled. That whole portion of the structure makes this a unsuccessful approach to me. I do, however, think, and this would work with your planning for ADA and whatnot, is if you were to, and this is the Tetris part, is if you were to rotate this 270 degrees, this being the portion of the structure you're proposing behind the existing structure, and slide it to the upper backside of the lot, you can retain the existing structure as your connector, your kitchen common area, which needs to be ADA accessible, I presume, could be on the rear side of the existing lot. And this concept of having a connector that literally, how do I say this? Your connector would therefore appear to not be a connector. It would appear to be two separate buildings, and the connection is behind the new building where you can't see it. And it would also obviously respect and honor the original structure and the diminished, less historic structure because it's still being retained. I understand you have ground cover and so on and so forth, but I'm just telling you, I'm trying to be very clear about the direction I would need to see this go, which in summation is they would have to appear to be two separate buildings, and the only way to accomplish that is to have the connector run behind and be separate from the newly proposed building and connected behind it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
I know it was a lot, but
It
I think it's
does.
really important.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of comment on it. Was that it, Stephen?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Probably more than
Val, it's
enough.
to you.
I agree with Stephen's approach. I was myself thinking of a similar situation where this piece, which is a two-story piece, could go around the corner, and I was thinking taking this and doing that, but I agree with you. I think it needs to appear like it's a separate structure. The style itself, if that was a completely separate building there, definitely emulates the house right past it and many on that street. So,
You mean the Greek revival?
right,
Yeah.
yeah. So I think that's the key.
Good?
Yep.
All right. My comments are an interesting kind of like riff on everything that's been said, really. You know, when I first heard that the addition, quote unquote, onto the back of this building was as old as it in fact is, I was shocked. It sort of, you know, bears no sort of architectural resemblance to the, we'll call it Carpenter's Gothic, simply because I think it's a more poetic term. Well, you know, the addition onto that, this building kind of stands on its own as a rectangle, and then you've got this sort of ad hoc thing on the back. And I thought, well, that was built, you know, 100 years later or whatever. But it turns out, you know, and Holly and Mickey I credit them both for, you know, pointing out that it was separated, but at one point, but a long, long time ago, and it's sort of grown up with this building. And I've come to appreciate the fact that it's sort of this funky little add-on. Now, having said that, I was reaching kind of the same conclusions that other people on the board were reaching, where I said, well, heck, you kind of could keep it as a one-story piece and have your other building next door, in a similar way that you've already done, but just using this existing piece and honoring its age and its relationship with the more iconic front part of the building. So I'm hoping that you might be able to do that.
Yeah.
That was sort of point number one. And point number two has more to do with the aesthetics of your new proposed Greek revival. And it's this weirdest thing. I looked at the street elevation east, and when I first saw it, it almost looked like there were two different scales. I was like, wait a minute, the two-story Greek revival building looks like 2/3 scale compared to the Gothic, the Carpenter's Gothic building. Why that is, no idea. I mean, I'd love to see maybe a streetscape with the other Greek revival building put in so that I got some sort of sense of, not just comparing these two facades, but more like what the whole street looks like in terms of its scale. With consciousness that this Carpenter's Gothic building is a really fabulous and very unique, very standalone kind of building for Nantucket. Although there is one like kind of going down the street,
short gable.
back by where Vaughn and Dale used to be, across the street from that, there's a similar building, but this one's just great. So I would like them to read as two separate buildings, and I think keeping that back piece as the connecting piece is going to work in your favor because it's a little bit less contrived, and you're dealing with kind of the sort of random rambling shape that it has. I think that's going to actually help you out in terms of allowing us all to believe that they're two separate standalone buildings. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I think the reason that add-on building seems out of scale is it's narrow.
It's narrow. It is narrow. Yeah.
I do think a streetscape will be helpful. We do have
Very.
the Graydon House directly next door. And so we did spend a lot of time looking at that streetscape, and this corner is very, very interesting. And I do think a streetscape will be very, very helpful.
Okay.
Which,
All right.
by the way, that building is beautiful.
Great, thanks.
Graydon.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Got a lot of
a
flack
hit.
for that one.
Last comment, if I may. Matt, if you find that you follow the board's concerns and remove that connector, and as a result, you get some more ground cover, I certainly would not be adverse to a slightly wider Greek revival, moving the addition, the bump out closer to the Carpenter Gothic. So, there's a bit of a trade-off there for you that's beneficial if you were successful in the flip-flop on the backside. And I think it would also be more appropriate relative to the comments the chair made about the concept of the presentation of the proportions. I think it would be much more successful. So with that, I will make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, and I'm going to be, Stephen's motion will be on items 8 and 9 of old business and number 1 under new business of January 2nd. Okay.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask for one final clarification?
Yes.
So just to be clear about this, the existing structure, you want us to work with that existing structure, the concept of moving it, I'm guessing, if I'm reading between the
I don't hear a
lines.
tremendous amount of support for that.
Yeah, and now that I see the overall program, it just underscores the overall success is going to hinge on that connector.
Which, for what it's worth, that structure, that portion of the structure can remain and a new building
Yeah.
can be proposed and built. It does pose some accessibility issues, and so I may be requesting some support from this board if we do request any variances from the state.
I'm sure that we would help, be
regarding
willing to
accessibility
help you
only.
on that.
And Mr. Chair, before you make
Yeah.
your motion, on that note, now that as staff, I understand what the intention is, because before I had no idea, understanding the overall use in a commercial use. The fact if you take the existing historic structure as an individually significant structure and you're converting it to a commercial use, as you know, there are codes that you can be exempt on because it's a commercial contributing historic structure. There's also that your clients are going to be utilizing it for an income producing property. They may want to look at historic tax credits. There's a whole bunch of things that are eligible for historic structures, especially an individually significant one. So I just wanted to throw that out at you, maybe to work that into the program, and
Yeah.
having a separate structure would be better.
We're pretty familiar with a lot of those, and there are some latitudes there, and there's some that are kind of like life safety and accessibility are
Right.
difficult ones. But
Yeah.
to your point, there is a variance process, and that's why I'm suggesting that I may be requesting some level of support if there's a proposal, because the key is we do want to provide accessibility to both of these structures.
You feel the synergy in the room there, Matt?
I do,
Yeah.
I do.
And a motion for revisions.
And that, again, that's for the last two items on old business and the first item on new business of
Yeah,
January
maybe the
2nd.
first one to track. The move off
Uh,
demo to track.
I mean, it may be that we withdraw one of those applications.
Oh, you mean the last item on old business? The
Yeah,
move off?
well, no, the one we started with, the move, the move off. Yeah, the last one on old business.
Yeah, depending on our
If it tracks, because
revisions.
he might end up, we're not actually asking to revise that.
That's what I'm saying. So
We are
depending
not.
on what the revisions are, we may be withdrawing an
So I would just
application
put that
for
one
a
on
move
track.
Yeah.
Just for purposes of understanding.
People, yeah.
Is that cool with you?
I think so. I would just want to,
Kind of like,
we're holding the whole package,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
Okay, so on Stephen's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane, Val, Stephen,
aye.
Diane?
Aye.
There we go. Thank you, Diane.
Just want to say thank you. I know this is a lot to digest.
Um,
I appreciate all of your time and
Well,
efforts.
it's a very, very,
cognitive
very
space.
important building, so
Thank you.
we'll take baby steps.
Give some.
Yeah,
I
that's a
was
great
just
idea.
gonna say that.
I
Yeah,
think
okay,
it's
no,
set
well,
up.
listen,
We can go in together.
okay.
To let Joe and Carrie and Connie.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, the
Yes.
applicant requests to hold 9 Old Westmore Farm.
Both of them.
Yes.
Okay, so Carrie, is Luke,
He's here.
let's see what we got now. Our board is decimated. Are you still here? One, two.
We got Joe on.
Oh, no, we do have Joe. So, yeah,
And Diane.
I would love, seeing as we've sort of, the regular board has kind of monopolized the conversation so far. Joe?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're there. Okay. Can you pinch hit for us?
I'm going to sit off the next two.
But don't sit off just yet. All right. All right. So on 13A Willard, okay, we have Connie, Joe, Stephen, myself, and Diane.
That's it. Okay. 5.
Okay. And Luke, hi there.
Hello.
Go for it, friend.
Well, if you recall, I originally came before you and we were sure and had assurances from a recipient that they were going to take this building. And long story short, this young family, after meeting with the builders, abandoned, sadly, and they love this building. They are a year-round family that are the sort that really appreciated this old little cottage, and they wanted it on their property, but they just couldn't pull it off. So they had to abandon it for themselves. We've additionally published it in the paper and been unable and had no responses. I had one tepid phone call, but no follow-through. So we're
All right.
respectfully asking. for
We get it.
demolition.
Luke, how old is the building again?
1960.
1960. Okay, so you want a demo on this building from 1960?
Yeah.
Long and short, all right? Okay, board members, I'm gonna just state it again for our minute taker. Connie, Joe, Stephen, Diane, and myself. First, we're gonna hear from Holly.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, there is an old HDC survey on file from 1960. It was part of the White Elephant Guest House. And I think it's also important to note that this cottage, along with its sisters, I guess, cottages that are on 13 B and C Willard, are also a part of the White Elephant Resorts portfolio back in the day. The other two structures, however, are older in nature, both of them bungalows from the 1915 and 1920s. So of course, this is the more contemporary of the three, but nonetheless was part of the overall White Elephant Resort. Of course, I hate to see a structure being demolished, just unfortunately to build another one. Retaining it, appreciate the work that Luke and his clients are trying to do to keep it, and I would like to see it moved rather than demolished. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey, anything on this one?
No, we did not review this as a whole group. I think in general, our comments would probably reflect a lot of what Holly just said. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. All right, who would like to start?
I'll go.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, Luke, I was actually just trying to pull up the GIS. It seems like the dimensions 37 by 32 are a little off, just in terms of like someone thinking about picking it up. But it just could be my eye. I'm not sure what's included in those. And you've talked to Housing Nantucket. Has anyone I know you've advertised, but has anyone just emailed them plans and said going once, going twice, going three times?
No, I didn't do that.
I mean, if it can't be taken off, then I think it's a 1960s home. It can be demoed. I would ask that the drawings that were approved for the move off be forwarded to Housing Nantucket to say, hey, this is available, but we need to hear from you within the next 7 to 10 days. And that, I think, would be reasonable request on our part, and hopefully, and I would then feel comfortable with a demo if that didn't pan out. Personally,
I would note, if I may just add,
Yeah.
that they met with builders on site, they met with movers. Both of these people suggested that it was a very difficult, you'd have to cut it in half, and it made no sense. So having worked with the Housing Authority before, I know if they see cuts, they don't want it typically. And based on input from builders such as movers and builders, I would just ask you to keep that in mind.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I didn't realize, obviously porches and whatnot would have to come off. But yeah, because if it's more than 22 feet, it's going to have to be cut down.
And it's a narrow street as well. But
Yeah.
they would have had to cut it in half.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Connie.
Unfortunately, I guess there's really not much that can be done. So I guess I would be in favor, as long as you've exhausted all possibilities. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
All right, Joe.
I agree with what Connie just said. It sounds like Luke's made an effort to find a home for it, and there isn't a taker. So I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you. Diane, that's to you.
Well, I am surprised, as you want to know, that that housing authority, what's her name, Brooke, is everything we are giving up to build housing for employees, low cost housing, everything. The land that we have, everything is given into building new houses, and they can't take a house that's already built because it has to be cut in half. The cost of building new, are they telling us that is cheaper than to cut a building in half? We're in questionable shape then. I am destroyed that we are going to take a perfectly good house and trash it because we can't have somebody take it. But if there's no answer, I guess that's the only answer we have. It is the choice made of what's important to this island is just coming up all the time. But if nobody wants it, then it's got to go.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Well, I kind of have the same sentiments that the rest of the board has. It certainly sounds like you've done your due diligence, and cutting a house in half, I hate to say this, but the work required in putting that back together in terms of the structure, the finishes, all the wiring, the plumbing, all of that is onerous. And so I can certainly understand why the housing authority would not want to incur that burden. They have to put in a new foundation, housing Nantucket, I'm sorry, I said housing, yeah. Anyway, I'm on board with this. 1960, it's a little bit younger than I am, so I'm okay.
Mr.
with
Chair,
it.
if it's okay, I just want to opine on one thing.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
with these structures that are in this vintage that are contributing, I know
Yeah.
that, these structures built in this time frame that are unfortunately being demolished and could be used for, say, affordable housing, because they're in our period of significance, could be actually having historic tax credits and affordable housing tax credits, which I've brought up to the powers that be, but just wanted to let people know that even though that there's this, move of wanting to replace these not so historic structures, they could be utilized for our housing issues. So I just want to make that as an overall point.
Well, we'll have to go with a conversation offline on this, but what you just said pertains to the relocation of the house?
So yes, actually right now, if somebody wanted to take this structure and utilize it for a rental, basically based on the state and federal laws, and there's people that are more, involved with this than I am, but a contributing structure can apply for historic tax credits, okay? Nantucket's period of significance goes up to 1975, and we have no donut holes in our jurisdiction because we've been moving structures for over 270 years, almost 300 years. It's part of our national identity at the national level and local level. So therefore, there have been structures that the Historic District Commission in the past have allowed to be moved, being opined on that it was built in, say, 1980s, when in fact, when the proper research was done, it was actually built during our period of significance, and people were able to apply for historic tax credits, and that's
Despite the fact that it's relocated and cut in
Yes.
half. Okay, that's good.
Well, right.
Yeah.
Right. There are a lot of
Good
aspects.
discussion for the
Yeah,
historic.
yeah, no,
Yes, it is,
This is a
absolutely.
great, very interesting topic, but let's move
Thank
along
you.
the practicals. Holly, thank you very much for those comments. Okay, did we, no, we haven't moved this yet, so, can I have a motion? Hello? Hello?
A motion,
A motion to approve is submitted.
yeah, a motion to approve it submitted.
There it is. Thank you, Connie, for that motion. On Connie's motion, Joe?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
Diane?
No.
Okay. Connie, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Luke, thank you. Okay, next up, 14 Plover.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
to be forward-looking, I think we should be approving masses that are only 22 feet wide.
So
So that
for new buildings.
20 or 30 years from now, they can be moved down the street. Unless, of course, the drones are a little heavier duty. They
Well,
can
people
Okay.
can take pieces and parts of it.
So
Right, why
Stephen-
can't you have a building that is split and don't put it back together again to make one bedroom apartments? You to reconstruct it for the same thing and or lose it is not thinking very.
It's not as
Did-
simple as that,
Diane?
Diane, with the building
What?
codes and the new
Diane,
energy
Stephen's
codes.
motion was actually to make all of the roads on Nantucket 40 feet wide.
That was not my.
I thought, I misunderstood you. No, okay, seriously, folks, let's move along to 14 Plover Lane. Do we have somebody to rep this one?
Yes, I just.
Okay, very good. Now I need to see who we have on board. Who's on board here? All right,
Oh, what happened?
let's do Val, Connie, Joe, wait a second. Val, do you want to sit off a little bit? Well, yeah, I really am kind of hoping to have some of our people. Okay, so how about we do Joe, Diane, well, essentially the same board. Joe, Diane, Stephen, Connie on this next one.
Well,
Are
I
you
could,
all-
No, sounds
I could,
Okay.
I could sit off if you got somebody who hasn't had much of a chance.
Well, we're just trying to get some associates in, but like, let's stay the course on this particular application and then we can play musical chairs. Okay?
Okay.
So 14 Plover, plunge pool, Connie, Joe, Stephen, Diane, Ray. All right? Okay. Who's presenting? If you could announce yourself, please.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hi, my name's Tom Dacey. I'm with Champion Builders. I'm representing the owners of the property tonight. The owners here, they submitted for a new plunge pool in the rear of the property. I want to make a quick note. On their application, they wrote in a 7x13 size pool. I think they're going to go back and end up doing the 8x20, which is shown on Bracken's plan. That's because the soapstone unit that they were looking at, we just won't be able to actually get that unit in place in the rear of the property. So they're going to go back to a more traditional pool install.
What's already in?
From the picture, it's already in.
No, that's that picture down at the bottom, that's showing the unit. That's like a one-piece unit pool. That was the concept on the application. After kind of like talking with our crews, getting that unit to the rear of the property just wouldn't be accessible to get that over the house.
Oh, so what we're looking at is not the site, it's just a picture of the pool.
Yes, the last picture is a concept. The photos above are the existing site.
All right.
Do we have a site plan?
Yeah, we do, Diane, or at least those of us using the little pads do.
The locus is telling, because this is a partial site plan, and the locus shows the distance from the road, which I think is relevant.
Yeah. And it's a bunch of pork chop lots. In
With
front of it.
wetlands, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yes, we did receive our amended condition of orders for the pool project, and that's been recorded.
Okay, so if you could back up just mainly possibly for my edification.
Yep.
Were you saying something about the size of the pool has been reduced? Did I get that part right?
Yes, so the approved size of the pool through conservation was an 8 by 20. When
Yes.
the owners filled out the application a couple weeks ago, they were looking at maybe doing like a modular unit that was 7 by 13. However, after kind of looking deeper into access and getting that modular unit into the site, we've decided that it's unfeasible. We would have to get a crane and it's not doable because of how tight that site is. So
All
we're gonna
right.
have to, so we're gonna go back and end up doing the proposed size pool that's on Bracken's plan.
8 by 20.
Correct.
And 8 by 20 is actually what we're looking at.
Correct.
Okay. All right. There it is, folks. They want a plunge pool that's 8 by 20. I'd love your opinions.
Can we scroll down just a little bit on the locust, please? Sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, go ahead.
Oh, on the locust? I just want to see the lead up. Okay. Yeah, I mean, subject to our
Yeah.
typical
Yeah.
condition, I think this is approvable.
Okay.
I'm not saying I love it or anything, but I don't hate it.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Anyone else?
I echo Stephen's comments.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
I do too, but will they have to change the application? Or amend the
Well,
application?
what they need to do is scratch the little handwritten thing that says 7 by 13 because the verbiage on Bracken's plan is actually correct. 5 by 20 or
8 by 20.
8 by 20. Sorry.
So, was there anyone else? to comment?
Yeah. So Diane, anything to add on this one?
No.
You
I
good?
don't think you'll see, I don't think you'll see it.
I don't think you will either. Okay, so we can move on it.
Yeah, motion to approve through staff, 8 by 20 pool, not visible at time of inspection or thereafter, no change to grade from existing prior to time of application.
Exactly. Okay, everybody, that was Stephen's motion. On that motion, Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen. Stephen says aye. I'm Stephen's
Aye.
proxy, and I'm in favor. So that motion carries. There you go. Next up.
Thank you,
5
board.
Sparrow-
Happy New Year.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
Thanks. Night. And here's our friend Chuck to represent a roof walk over at 5 Sparrow. Let's see. Whew. Carrie's back. Carrie, you want to sit on one?
It
All
takes-
right.
Takes a little while to get your legs under you, We had a couple weeks off.
I know.
We got to build our stamina back up.
Yeah. Okay, so Val, are you still off?
Can be.
So, all right, so Diane, how about you want to take a break this time?
Sure.
All right, we'll put Carrie on. Make this utterly confusing. Okay, so the board, Stephen, Joe, Connie, Carrie, and myself. Okay? Chuck, it's to you.
Evening.
Hi.
This is in the Nashop subdivision, and this is a house. 5 Sparrow is a dead-end cul-de-sac, last house up at the end of the street, and we're just looking for a 8 by 10 roof line on the existing structure.
Okay.
That's simple.
All right. Thank you, Chuck. Short and sweet. Comments from the board?
This wasn't a consent item?
I thought it may have been. I can't really recall.
I have no concerns.
Okay.
And I'm ready to make a motion when you're ready.
All right. So the Stephen, no concerns. Let's hear from Carrie, Connie, Joe.
I think the house can carry the roof walk. It's a very typical house with a roof walk. It's not shop, which is strange. But that's, yeah, there's stranger things.
Yeah, someday Norshop's going to be waterfront.
You can actually see the water from the gable It's high enough, it's on a high place, you can see the water from the gable.
Wow.
They can-
Wow.
They can see
A
the
good
masts.
I
from the boat
Spy
from
Son
thingy.
of a gun,
So
that's,
they want to go to the roof.
all right,
Okay.
yeah.
It's a good thing it's a typical
So-
building for a roof walk.
So Carrie, you're on board,
Yeah.
sounds like. Okay, Connie, Joe?
No concerns. Thank you.
Connie's good, Joe?
I'm on board. I think it helps the house, frankly.
All right, I think we have liftoff. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
All right, there it is. That's from Stephen. On that motion, Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
I was
Thanks,
actually-
Chuck.
I was actually gonna say it could be a couple feet longer.
Well, no, I don't think so,
Well,
really.
you know, there's
It's a
there's
three
that
bay.
1/3 rule.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, 26 Clarendon. Oh, I should get a, do we have anybody to rep? I guess I should ask first.
David Butler.
Yeah, David, are you up there in the,
Anybody in the queue?
Oh, you do? David Butler. You're not there?
That should be consent.
It's just a little shed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shed in the very back corner.
Shall we
of the
just review it?
property. Sure.
Yeah.
All right, so, Val,
Yes.
Carrie,
Oh, it's got some funkiness to it.
here, let's make this simple. Everybody at the table, and then I'll just do a voice vote. All right? So we're reviewing this without an applicant. 26 Clarendon Shed.
Yeah, it looks a little more unique than the plan.
Yeah, but it was at the back of the,
Yeah, no, you're right, it is. But it is right down the driveway. You wonder if there's anything.
you put a cat in, that's so cute.
It totally fits with the house and the,
Oh,
look at the yard, it's huge.
yeah, it's a.
All right, so I'm sorry, was there, did I miss it? Are we voting on a motion?
I would motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, let's give that a try. All those in favor, and this is all the people at the table, Connie, Stephen, Ray, Carrie, and Val. All those in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There it is, that carries. Okay, David Butler just got himself a shed. How about, is Mirka holding 33 Quidnet?
She is.
She is, okay, good. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
yes. And Carrie, are you or Luke representing 75?
Yeah,
Main?
Luke is.
Luke. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, let's see. Diane,
Yeah,
you want to come back in?
unless you have somebody who wants to do it.
Well, no, we could use you because Carrie can't sit on this one, so if you don't mind.
I know, I don't mind.
Okay, let's go then. So,
confused by
75
this.
Main, Val, what?
You're confused by this?
Yeah,
Yeah.
By the application?
yeah.
Well, that's why Luke's here. He's going to explain everything to you.
Well, thanks. This is a shed in the rear of 75 Main. It, as you are probably familiar, it has a long running brick wall that runs the length of the property and then turns the corner and forms the gable end of this shed. The shed was replaced in 1949, but it was in some form or other there prior to that, and I expect Holly could get more exact. But the drawing that's up on the wall right now, if you look at the left-hand section, you can sort of see the original forms of the shed and how it grew over time. And I've tried to provide as much detail as I can to this structure, because the brick wall itself has different time periods that are sort of identified by different layering of bricks. We recently, in a recent storm, had the tied to brick, there was one brick width, only one brick thick, that blew out in the recent storm, and that's why we're in the process of trying to get the roof and everything secured down. But anyway, this is something we're trying to do is go from its use as a dilapidated shed, which has a dirt floor. The walls that are not brick are made primarily of lumber that was put together in the 1950s. It's been piecemealed. There's some old rafter joists, which we've identified. There's not a great deal of timber walls that are of any particular significance. You can see that it's in serious disrepair, and the owner is proposing to change this to a change of use additionally to become a second dwelling. So if we're granted approval by you, we'll be proposing this as a second dwelling through a special permit and the planning board. What we wanted to do here was to keep the value of the structure in terms of its visibility from Liberty Street, which is just a one-story structure. I've convinced the client not to do anything to the roof in terms of like dormers or structures that would basically detract from its original form. But then perhaps add an additive mass that might be diminutive but complement the roof that's already there in terms of its engagement with the brick wall. And so our approach was to work with the existing gable end as our sort of takeoff point and see what we could gain from a programmatic standpoint inside there, and moved, I don't know if you want to move to another elevation, Esmeralda. But on the south elevation, as you can see, which faces the rear of the main house, 75, we're just proposing basically a simple three-bay structure with an additional living room, three-bay living room. Tried to keep it very simple, and I guess I'll take questions from there.
Okay, Luke, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this accessory structure or outbuilding was part of the Henry Coffin House, which is the individually significant brick house. It's been Habs documented. It was built by James Field, who was head carpenter. And it's important to note that the main structure on the lot, can you believe this, was cost $8,291.43 to construct back in the 1830s. I wonder what that would be like today.
Yeah.
So this
42
addition,
million.
a lot. The addition to this historic shed and convert it to a cottage. I have, based on looking at Sanborn maps, that it's at least from the 1880s or older. I didn't say anything about it being replaced in the 40s, but you probably were able to opine on that with the condition of the material inside. I didn't see anything on that. Henry Coffin obviously was one of the wealthiest men in the country, successfully carried out his father's business, merchants, candle manufacturers, and owners of the largest fleet of Nantucket's best-known whale ships. He was active in the public welfare and one of the largest landowners, and he planted all those pines that he brought from England, as well as the elm trees that line both Main Street. So obviously a significant piece of property within our downtown. The existing shed in question is smaller of the two that exist on the site, but it's a brick wall on the north at Liberty Street. Appreciate that this historic structure is receiving much needed attention, as the current condition is very sad, as I noted as I was walking down Liberty Street on New Year's Eve after the drawing. Understand that Penn Austin will be working on this historic structure. That's great to hear. And I want to publicly apologize to Luke that he had sent me an email a couple months ago about this proposal coming through and asked me if I had any questions, and I did not opine on it, and my apologies. But you did mention that Penn was going to do a review to accompany this. If I could have a copy of that, that would be awesome. Appreciate reusing this historic shed and converting it into a cottage. I do note that it would be nice to retain some of the existing fenestration. Understanding the condition obviously is important to notate that. It's a shame to lose the quirkiness of that slanted eave of the shed, but obviously understand that it cannot, you do have to kind of fix that, if you will. I did have one other question on, obviously it's not the HTC's concern, but the fact that I do appreciate that he's before you, before going to the planning board for the use. I can't remember if parking is going to be a requirement, but I'd hate to see any changes to the site to accommodate the use if parking is required. All that to say, I appreciate seeing this historic structure come back, and even with an addition, so.
Yeah, just, somebody just add one note. Yeah, I am going to be working with Penn Austin, and our goal is also to make this a post and frame construction on the inside. So we're approaching it from the standpoint of it's a valuable site for Main Street, and that's our approach.
Okay, Luke? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'm also passing along just a photo from the 1960s when HAB's Historic American Building Survey came to the island to document it. And I'm happy to hear what they're doing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to just take this break before I go to Mickey to confirm the board. Val, Diane, Stephen, Connie, and myself. Okay, Mickey.
Yeah, to I guess maybe one of Holly's, I mean, we don't really have much concern with the general concept of the addition and the renovation of this building restoration. But to one of her points regarding the quirkiness of the building, which kind of speaks to its age and I think what I'm trying to say is maybe I think you can keep a lot of the quirkiness. You could keep that sloping eave line, the sway in the ridge, and that maintains the historical look of this building. Whereas if you were to rebuild everything, it's going to look like a new building in the back of the property. My office worked on similar buildings, and we kept the sway in the ridge, and it still looks like a really old building. And if you change this dramatically, I think you lose a lot of that character. So I would suggest trying not to alter it too much, but to work with the quirkiness. There is one section in particular where there's an existing bricked in doorway where the outline, you can see the change in the bricks. I think that should revealing evidence there should remain also, without changing that too much. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Okay, board members, I think you all know who you are.
I'll go.
Okay.
I love the idea of keeping the walls brick in that one gable end. I think my request would be, can you throw some ivy on there again? Toward Liberty Street and on that one end. And then maybe a door that's similar, a batten door, as opposed to the 6-panel. That would be my request.
Okay. Is that it?
Yep.
All right, that was Val. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to that. I do agree with Mickey. I think the crooked eve it's doable. The house on Union Street that burned down a couple decades ago that had an out of plumb front facade built right back up, structurally sound with an out of plumb facade. So I think that's a nod to history, despite the fact it's got limited to no visibility. I'm concerned a little bit more about work process and having this be streamlined at your end. If this is the brick wall that I recall doing an inspection on, there are some concerns about its structural integrity. And I would just suggest that if there are, then that gets worked out in the application, maybe not tonight, but maybe hold it open to address the brick so you don't have to come in for a separate one. Up to you. But they're not only out of plumb, but structural issues that would probably be best to be discussed how that would be fixed. Yeah, please, through you, Mr. Chair.
To the chair, yeah. Yeah, we are working with Penn Austin and Ben Brubaker, who's an engineer. They're in the process of providing us a very clear analysis on the structural soundness of the wall or their lack of. And also, this is the entire length of the wall that goes down the property.
Yeah.
And as it comes around the corner. So we want to make sure that that wall is going to be at the end of the day, preserved from the standpoint of preservation standpoint, rebuilt as needed, restructured, probably rebuttressed on the garden side in a couple of places. And that's something that's part of the cost that the clients, wants to move towards straightening out, because he's well aware that there are some concerns from neighbors. And then it looks, if you look down that wall, it has a belly, it has curves,
yeah.
it has, it has growth coming out of it. To Val's point about growing ivy, unfortunately, it's the ivy that, contributes to but anyway, so yeah, no, that wall's a serious part of the whole project. So that'll all be considered.
Okay, and then, so I mentioned it for two reasons. One is obviously to broadcast that work's going to be coming in here, and it's going to be a requirement. But I didn't see it in here as a proposal, it was just existing. So you are going to be coming back?
For the wall?
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to, would that be under just, we have to understand first, I guess, exactly what is needed in terms of the rebuilding.
Yeah, no,
if it's just repairs, then
yeah.
maybe it's just repairs, and I don't know if we would need to come back for that, would we?
Yeah. It's going to need an HDC approval one way or the other.
Even if you're just repointing it? Even if you're just repointing?
You're not going to get away with just repointing that thing. Trust me.
Well,
there's some structural work.
We'll see what they come up with, the experts come up with. Okay, we can certainly do that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. So we still have Diane and Connie left.
Yeah, I have nothing else to add, but I would like to see that little quirky eave line if possible, and that door preserved, or not preserved, redone. Thank you.
The door, to Val's point. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Connie. Diane?
I would like to see whatever they come up with. I know that there are different ways to handle a one brick wall that will maintain its safety. And I think that it sounds like they will do whatever needs to be done. It fits in. It's one of those houses that people walk out Liberty Street, they keep their eye on it and find it and say, there's the house. And it's one of those roadside sites that are good to see. So I would be willing to work and listen to whatever they come up with that will create a good wall. That's all.
Okay. Diane, thank you. So Luke, I think if you were able to change the door, which I'm pretty sure is an easy request of our board for you, changing the door to a batten door.
I would think.
Okay, all right. If you were able to do that, that's an easy one. Now, I too like the idea of maintaining the slanted eave. Can we approve it that way, or is that something that you need to take kind of under further consideration?
So if we do that, I'm just looking, if we replicate that exactly,
Yeah.
our front door, is going to get pinched really hard. Because our front door basically has shifted to that. We flip-flop from the original.
So here's the picture.
Oh, yeah.
The flip-flop, the crooked.
Right, currently we have the access door on the right. Whereas
No,
I'm proposing it to the
I
left.
see I get it.
So what I'm thinking is, so out loud is, well, I would love to do that because I would love a slanting roof too, but I'm thinking, how am I gonna get my access point? So.
How about just a loose gutter?
I mean,
Can we go to the proposed elevation, please?
Mr. Chair, that was one of the reasons why I had mentioned in my comments about retaining the fenestration as similar as it is. If there was a way to, instead of flip-flopping the existing entry to the other side, so you could maintain that existing eave.
Along those lines, but more in keeping with what the current program is, I was suggesting flip-flop the slant.
I'll flip flop the.
Because,
slant.
well,
No,
because
that wouldn't
this is all getting reframed.
Let me come back with revisions.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, it's a,
But,
it's
yeah.
pretty substantive. It's meaningful, but yeah, it's gonna require some investigation. May I have a motion from one of you kind people for some revisions?
Motion for revisions, and I just want to note, I don't think that it necessarily needs to even be as severe as a slant.
Oh, also true.
Just the concepts, yeah.
All right,
Okay.
okay. All
Thank
right,
you.
so that's Stephen's motion, which is essentially to hold for revisions. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Connie?
Hi.
Very good. Diane?
Aye.
Thanks. And Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so motion carries. Thank you, Luke. Let's see. Next up, 7 Hull Lane. Do we have somebody to rep?
Says move building.
Do we?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe we do. Everton?
All right.
Just unmuted him.
Do we have a representative for 7 Hull Lane on Zoom? If so, you need to unmute and let us know you're there.
Yeah, hi. Good evening.
There we go. Your name for the record, please.
Everton Moura.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, so I think we can go back to the regular board for a moment. So Everton, why don't you walk us through it? Okay.
Yeah, so this is a little shed. We're gonna move from 57 New Point, and I would like to place at my house at 7 Hall. And it's gonna just align with the back of the house and in front of the driveway.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But we don't have a picture of his house. We have a picture of the shed.
We don't have, this is not the house?
That's the house, yeah.
That's your house with the shed?
That's the house. Yeah, I placed the shed there. With, and that's where the shed would be. That's a picture of the shed that I placed on the side of the house.
Oh, that's a Photoshop. That's not really there.
Yeah.
Ooh, I didn't get that when I was.
Wow.
It's kind of try to scale a little bit, but it's still not the exactly size.
I think it's fine, Mr. Chair. I'm okay with it. It's appropriate.
Me too. It works out fine.
Yeah, I need more place for the kids' toys and bikes. Would be great.
Right, it's good.
It's just
I looked at this, it's incomplete, but maybe we can get through it.
He's moving it from some place to here.
But, well, that's great. That's good, but we don't have elevations other than the one in the rendering.
Can I see the rendering?
Am I correct?
Yes.
And also, from the site plan, it looks like it's in the front of the house, not,
Yeah.
that's one thing I don't understand.
At the end of the driveway. Back to the driveway.
Yeah, but
It's not this little red thing here?
Yeah, it is.
So-
that.
but that's not where it's showing here.
It's
It's not.
Yeah. I'm good. All right. Can we go to the site plan again?
So Everton,
Yes.
I think there's some confusion among the board members here. I'm looking at a site plan that shows the shed in front of the garage apartment. It shows it like right out by Hall Lane.
Yeah, that's my house, the garage apartment. So
Okay,
Well,
the picture is from here.
that's two properties. That is the main house, which belongs to
So his driveway's here and you're looking this way.
Oh, I see.
This has got some vegetation.
Got
That's
it.
his
All right.
backyard.
Yeah. Thank you for the clarification. Boy, it was very confusing.
Not as confusing as Fiona's Adobe.
Ah, come on now. Okay, regular board, do we have any questions on this?
No,
Val, it sounds like you're okay with it.
yeah.
Abby,
Yes, I am.
I thought I knew what I was looking at, but
you are relocating this structure, correct, from some other place?
yeah, I'm removing from 57 Eel Point.
Got it. Okay.
The very
Good.
shed.
All right. Let's see.
I think the structure itself, the shed itself, I'm fine with. It's this sort of portico it has with the stone underneath that, I mean, I don't know what's going on in that neighborhood, but maybe it's fine, but it seems a little odd to me. So let's hear what
Okay.
other people say.
Yeah.
It's a dead-end street.
Yeah. Can you zoom out a little bit now, please? Thank you, Fiona.
That stone's gonna go away. It's not gonna have the stone in the front.
Hang on one second. Stephen, go ahead.
Okay, I'm okay with this now that I understand that this
Yeah, me
image
too.
is looking down the driveway.
Yeah.
and
Show
how
me
you
where
look
that
down the driveway is actually here.
Yep.
Yeah,
So this vegetation
Yeah.
Okay.
is actually here.
yeah. That was
So I'm okay
extremely
with that.
confusing to me. Okay, so Stephen's okay,
Thanks,
Val's
Diane.
okay.
I'm Val.
Oh, that was so funny, Stephen, God.
Maybe put
Speaking-
the driveway on
and-
it.
Does the real Diane have any opinions out there?
You're trying
No.
to stir up trouble, aren't you?
I am fine with it. I think.
Okay.
Hull is very sort of informal, tucked here and there, so I don't think it'll cause any commotion.
All right. I think we're all on the same page. Okay, can I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve is submitted.
There it is. That's Val's motion. On Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane, Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, Everton.
Thank you.
Is Joe here, Topham? He is. Okay.
So if a shed moves in the night without an HDC approval, does it really make a noise? And watch out, we have a couple new enforcement officers on the loose.
Yeah. We're gonna see them riding down Main Street on their horses.
Jackie
Those
can order you guys
badges.
badges.
Yeah.
Your holsters need to remain empty, however.
Okay, Joe, are you there? We had you.
Which one is this? Oh,
This is 7 Westchester.
oh, right.
Joe,
Fitzgerald.
Well, all right, well, let's see, if Joe may be having technical difficulties, in which case, do we have anybody here to represent the next one at 45 Walsh?
South Shore Climate Control.
Is that a yes, no?
Maybe split heat.
South Shore Climate Control, I have no idea. Oh, yeah, he's got his hand raised.
Okay, all right, South Shore Climate Control, 45 Walsh.
Yes,
You
I'm
there?
here.
Okay, your name, please.
Wayne with South Shore Climate Control.
Okay, I didn't catch that, but I'm sure somebody did.
Wayne with South Shore Climate Control.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so we're gonna do the regular board on this one, and I might step down for a couple. To let some of the associates in. They've been so patient. Get out, don't, you can still have 24 minutes left.
Well, look, it's 8:10. I'll bail.
I actually think this was a really well put together application, so I want to thank him for that. It's very clear.
So you've reviewed it and,
He's showing us an example of what they're gonna build around it, natural
Yeah.
to weather, little thing. It's
okay, so you're just putting a mini split back on the back of this house, right?
Yep.
But it doesn't have any leaders going up to the second floor or anything. It's just a condenser.
Well,
on the-
that's actually a very good question. Can you answer that question?
It does have leaders on the west elevation, on the east elevation, and we were going to enclose that. So right down the west elevation, the leader was going to come down vertically. You can go back to the east elevation.
The west elevation,
Yes,
also known as the side, right?
yes.
And
le-
also, did you say on the east as well?
Yes, and what it was, the leaders coming down vertically were going to be enclosed in like kind wood.
And are they going up to the second floor?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so in a nutshell, the two leaders that you are going to have are going to be on the two sides of the house and enclosed in natural red cedar to match the trim on the house.
Yes, they will, sir.
Okay.
You are good.
All right. So, does anyone have any issues with this now that we understand
Mr. Chair.
what he's proposing? Oh, Holly, go ahead.
Thank you. So this is a circa 1890 to 1923, the Cracker Box, a Victorian eclectic.
Oh,
And we have actually a new Form B, new HDC survey in the works. Located on the western inner part of the property, not visible from Walsh or Henry Street. Thank you. It's appropriate with the screening, and obviously any leader should be natural to weather, to not be visible. So thank you. I agree with Val.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Holly. Mickey, anything before I?
Yeah, I might disagree with that one. I think that, first of all, the fencing around it is kind of fancy for the house and the neighborhood. I think it should be just a simple board fence. But do you really want to have exposed leaders on this really classic Brant Point cottage? Even if they're boxed in cedar, it's going to look like something's attached to the side of this building. I don't think you want exposed leaders on this old Brant Point cottage. Thank you.
All right, Mickey, thank you. I would comment on that, but I'm going to allow the other board members to go first. We are regular
I'll
board,
go.
right? Okay, Abby's going to go.
So I had this on my list of things to put on consent, and that's what I was worried about, was where if it had leaders. And if it did have leaders, I was going to sort of object or somehow put them in a place that would be more aesthetic than just slapping them on the side, like going up, I don't know where to put them. Maybe going up one of the corner boards with natural to weather was a thought I had, but that's the question I had, and that's why I didn't put it on consent.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the framing of the house, they cannot do it. I'm not putting a traditional wall unit, they're gonna be floor units. And, with the framing of the house and the interior, that just, it could.
Wayne, you're breaking up. It's hard to hear you.
Getting the crux of what he's
Well,
saying.
I said with on the interior, you know, there's no way I can run those on the interior because the framing of the house to go,
No.
you know, vertically. Can you still hear me?
You're kind of breaking
We
up,
can,
but
we're,
I think,
we're getting the message.
yeah.
You know, I get it.
And that's why I wanted
who's
just
next?
like kind cedar wood on the exterior going down.
Right.
Right.
Okay. How about the rest of us?
Who's next? Steven, you want to go?
I'll go.
All right.
I think, you know, it's a nice enclosure. It's going to turn gray and split apart and look old and ratty. So I'm not too concerned about that. If it were painted and things along those lines, I'd have more of a concern because it's going to be preserved. It's not going to gray out. The boxed line sets, you know, those meet our requirement. And this is, you know, it is a shingled style home. I think it's going to be compatible. I do want to see on the final, just turn into staff, mark up the locations of the two leaders, one on the east and one on the west.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Steven, thank you.
I can go.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would suggest we have where they're going now, or if he could tell us where he's intending to put them, then maybe I could vote in favor, but right now I don't know where they're going.
Can you tell us, because it's not really
Yes,
defined?
it would be left of the windows in that west elevation picture going down.
It's going to go right here. This one, the single story window
Yes.
above it, so it's going to go here above this window.
And
the
On
other
the side, the line set will feed a unit that's inside.
But it's gonna go straight down, it will go straight down and then go underneath the dwelling and then come
Okay.
back out at the midi split, so there's
You
nothing.
got that. How about the other side?
It will be left of the window also coming down.
Okay, can we go to the east elevation? Wow, some of it's open.
It's not contagious, if that's what you're getting at, Val Oliver.
That's a sly way to be backhanded, Val. I'm teasing you. The east, Wayne, where here?
Left of the windows,
Left of the windows.
yes.
So it's gonna come, the line set's gonna come underneath the house, come out, go up.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's gonna come out
Sort
here,
of along the.
and there's electrical here. It's just gonna come up here, and it'll be cedar, and then it'll go into the house.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Abby,
Yeah, thank you, I got it.
got it? Val?
I got it.
Oh, that's right. You were okay with it. Diane?
I don't know. I'd like to hear somebody else's opinion. I thought we were sort of really against it. And I think can't any of it go up the corner board? The corner board seems to be what? Natural to weather?
They're all,
Wait.
it's completely natural to weather, yes.
Can they ever, where are they trying to get into the house? I was thinking. of
Second
it-
floor.
Right, if they went up the corner board and then tucked in under the roof eave.
No, it's just to clarify, it's a floor unit, okay? So it's below that second floor.
Okay.
Why don't they open their windows?
Diane, can we stay on this?
Sorry.
It's okay.
So just to clarify, because I think it's relevant, we're
Yeah.
kind of going off track a little bit here. Our guidelines indicate that the unit would be further back than the halfway point of the front of the house. And I think, and the line sets would be the same. Enclosed, there's a detail, there's a set of instructions. I believe unless I'm misunderstanding something, I believe the applicant has followed the guidelines, and this could actually be consentable. But for the fact that the verticals weren't shown on the drawing. So I think in the future, Wayne, if I may suggest, just draw on the verticals, indicate that that's where the verticals will be, and they'll be boxed in cedar natural to weather.
Yes, I will.
Okay, and not for nothing, because this has been a little bit heavily discussed. The exterior is meaning that they're not ripping into the interior of this old building, which even though that's outside of our purview, I like and respect. And to Stephen's point, yes, we've discussed how these things are best handled, and I feel that this application is following what our directives are. If, as seen from the street, you're not going to see these leaders, or if you do, you'll think they're rain leaders. Anyway, that's my view. Motion?
Motion to approve, annotate the drawings.
Yes.
That's it.
That's it through staff. We want to see where those leaders are, so you have to bring elevations or photographs into staff showing where those box leaders are going to occur, okay? So they have it in their package.
Yeah, through staff in the sense that you guys look at it and you can
Right.
forward it. Just a little different than.
Okay, that's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val,
I,
Abby,
And just that they're putting that trellis over that
Yeah.
condenser, right?
yes.
Okay, yes, I'm okay.
Okay, Abby's in. Diane.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right, so that was that.
Mr. Chair.
Any word from Mr. Topham?
Mr. Topham is here, if we can go to
He's
his
here.
application.
Okay,
Yes.
so let's go back to Joe.
Hang
Hi,
in
Joe.
Hi, everyone. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Same to you.
So this is Joseph Topham for the applicant. This is 7 Westchester Street. This was originally Thomas Hussey's house and a barn. And so what you are looking now was the old barn that was renovated in 1972. The GIS map said it's 1972, but we found that it's like circa 1915. But could be a little bit older. We really couldn't find much information on it, but Sanborn maps say it's relatively same in 1923 and 1949. So we know it's a contributing role in the historic places of Nantucket, and this was once the home of Nantucket artist Sybil Goldsmith.
Oh yeah.
We're doing just a simple little, if we can go to the front elevation, next page up, or next page down. There you go. We are just going to remove that one window because we want to put in a powder room. We will be saving that window because we might either add the window in between the two existing windows underneath the barn, a little door above. But for right now, we just want to remove that and then kind of get a sense of space once the powder room is in place. And that is all. Thank you.
All right, Joe. Thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, as Joe indicated, we do have HTC surveys on file for this property, 7 and 9 Westchester. The HTC survey for this structure does say circa 1915, and I would agree that it's probably even older than that. Again, why we're updating our surveys, but I do want to thank Joe and his office for providing extensive research material about the property, from Sanborn maps to building file information. So we'll be using that for our survey effort when we get to this area. Although the window that's being proposed to be removed is from the facade that's facing the street, it is far off the road, public way, and I don't think it is de minimis to the historic structure. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mickey.
Yeah, we're okay with this. I think those windows, if this was an old barn, and I'm sure it was, those windows are probably relatively new, and the less symmetrical, the more quirky this building looks, the better. So I'm okay with this.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Okay, folks, it is the regular board. Comments from the board.
May I cut to the chase and ask if anyone has any concerns?
I just have to ask the applicant a question.
Yes, sir.
Joe, I'm going to test your powers of recall.
Yeah.
Do you remember when Sybil Goldsmith was doing some body work on your truck with her hammer at this house?
Yes. I had a dent mark every 12 inches on
That,
center.
that was, well, it wasn't funny when it was happening, but it's funny now.
I've done some counseling.
She was sort of
since
walking by
September.
Joe's truck with a hammer and going dunk, dunk, dunk. We were up there, we were measuring for a house next door or something, right, Joe?
Up the hill.
Yeah, no, it was hilarious, and she didn't like the fact that Joe was parked where he was. So a little hammer on the side of Joe's truck. Anyway, so can I
But
have
she
a
was so
motion?
cute. She's like, "What are you doing? How can I help you?" And I'm like, "Stop hitting my van first."
Yeah,
That's
it was
all right.
really funny.
Joe got his revenge.
Anyway.
He came back 20 years later and took out a window.
Yeah.
Motion approved is
All
second.
right, there we are. So on that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thanks, Joe.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
You made my night.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
She was
Okay, Bo,
hot dog.
how you doing?
Good evening.
Good, thanks. All right, let's stay with the regular board, just to move it along. 28 Sheep Pond Road. What are you trying to get away with out there?
Permission to probably demolish it if the waves don't this week.
Oh, yeah, right.
Because it's getting very close. The deck is within 50 feet right now. We already have a tight tank in and have not found anybody yet to take it, but the offer is out. If anybody that wants to undertake the process. it's available.
Okay. Anything on this, Holly? Can you give us some insights?
I can.
That's what we're looking, is it for a vintage?
NHL data
Brothers
indicates
Builders, brand new.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah, all right.
it says
What do you-
79.
79, all right, but it's outside of our
Motion to
window.
approve is submitted by necessity.
Okay, that is Val's motion. On Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor of both. Thanks for hanging around. Yeah. Night.
I could have
Oh,
texted you.
Okay, are we holding workshop?
We are, Mr. Chairman.
Holding 20 Canterbury, which now gets us to my wife, partner, Lisa Botticelli. I'm gonna step away. Is she on there?
Yeah, she's not there anymore.
Is she not there?
All
Damn.
right, what about Reed?
Actually, why not?
There's an option.
Yeah, hey.
All right, so where are we in the rotation with alternates? Joe? Okay, Joe. So it's regular board and Joe. And Mr. Pohl, when you see your site plan, go ahead and let us know what you got going on.
Okay, so this is our project that's going down on Jefferson Avenue. There's an interesting existing garage. Interesting in the sense that two of the garage bays are on my client's property, and the third garage bay, you can see straddles the line and is actually on the neighbor's property. Yeah, it's fabulous. So, I mean, pretty much we have to keep that third intact because it doesn't belong to them. But what we'd like to do is put a dormer on the back side of this kind of lean-to structure so that we can get access from the back of the building into the garage from the property. There it is, a little shed dormer. So, no, I don't think you're gonna see it. That's it.
It's better than the one at 126 Main. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Does anyone have any questions? For a moment, I forgot I was chairing. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a circa 1920 outbuilding. We do have an old HDC survey on file, so about 5 years older than the one at 126. And in much better condition. Although the new dormer, I don't think it will be seen from the east, in the front of the contributing garage. The 2/12 roof pitch, as seen on the south, is a little atypical. If there was a way to reduce the height at all, and conform the fenestration, and it should be TDL, I would recommend that. Otherwise, I think the fact that it's not visible from Jefferson is good. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Mickey, anything to add?
No, no concerns.
Okay, does anyone have any concerns?
No.
No.
Carrie and I just said the same thing at the same time. We'd really like it if it was just the door. And then that would make us smaller and not so, it wouldn't be such a weird looking shape.
Gotcha. But since only you're voting on
That
this-
was we said it at that, I mean, we looked at each other and said the same thing, so.
No, I get you. Okay, no, duly noted. What do we want to do, folks?
I have no concerns. This is on the half farthest away from where you see the little parking area. It's not gonna read any different than.
Okay. Diane?
Right. I'm okay with it.
Okay, did you want to make a motion?
I'll
Motion
make
to
a
approve.
motion.
Which Diane is making the motion?
The young Diane.
Oh, go ahead then.
Ah, the really young one.
Okay. Diane Vale, you want to make a motion?
A motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I think that's actually going to conclude our business this evening.
Did nobody voted?
Oh, I got to vote. I want to get out the door so damn quick. On your motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
the other Diane,
Hi.
and I'm an aye, and Joe.
I'm an aye.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. You're a good sport too.
I'm never gonna live that.
Nope.
Do we have minutes?
I'm going to ask to
Mr.
hold. I
Chair.
wanted to review.
Okay, so we're gonna hold minutes.
But I want to point out, can I, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
We are still posting them, right? Okay, so it's not holding anyone up. Just wanted to make sure I understood.
Okay. All right, folks, is,
John McLaughlin would like to make a motion to adjourn.
John has made a motion to adjourn. Let's see, on that motion, Val,
Aye.
Carrie. Abby. John on your,
Aye.
oh,